us basically to take Hopkinton's bylaw, put our own name in.
Okay, so your request to us is if you haven't submitted enough signatures for a citizen's
Oh,
petition,
there are enough. There were 140 signatures on it.
well, then he's going to
There's-
certify it. So
If, I'm just saying, if there were, I was just mentioning to you that at the last minute, I didn't see it on listed for this meeting on the warrant. And if it wasn't, that you would please just include it.
all right, I'm not supposed to be commenting, but I couldn't help it. Okay, so we get you.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'll
thank
just leave
you.
it there.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Vanessa, anybody in the audience with a hand up? No? All right, let's go on. Okay, first one is a appointment to one of the vacancies on the Tricentennial Committee. In fact, I think it's the only vacancy right now, possibly. There's two. Okay, I think the veterans is still open. Okay, so this is one of the two. Okay, so Sandy Poshapin, if I'm saying that right? Poshapin has applied for that. Is she in the audience? Okay,
Yes.
good. So have you brought her over? Yes, she is. Hi, Sandy.
Hi,
So welcome.
thank you.
So before we ask any questions, if anybody's got any questions, Don Morris did send a letter of high recommendation to appoint Sandy to the Tricentennial Committee. So Sandy, you want to tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in this committee?
I am a marketing project manager / event marketer with about years of experience. I've worked for the largest trade show producer in the world, doing marketing. I've worked for Bose, I've worked for Hologic, I worked for Renewal by Anderson doing their events program for 7 years. So I have a lot of experience in events, and I happened to see something that I thought might be a good idea to try for the Tricentennial. And I mentioned it to Ryan Donovan at the library, and he said, well, you really should think about joining the committee. So apparently I've joined the committee.
Well, what a background, what a relevant background. So, oh yes, this is great. So I definitely don't have any questions. Al? Marguerite? Sam?
Yeah, I watched the Tricentennial Committee meeting the other evening where Sandy went through her background and talked with the committee. I think she's extremely well qualified. Delighted to see her apply for this.
Great. Andrew?
Sandy, this is Andrew. I am happy that you're going to be joining us, and I'm on the Tricentennial Committee, and Sandy participated a lot last night and made some very practical suggestions, for example, for our planning for Heritage Day. So look forward to having her on board.
Yeah, that's great.
Thank
So
you.
I just want to make sure I've got this right. Pochapin?
No, Pochapin.
Oh, Chapin. Okay, I'm doing the X in the wrong side.
That's okay. Don't worry about it. My husband's name is longer, so I don't even use it.
Okay, no, I get it. I can just put the accent right. Okay. All right. So this one's, I think, pretty easy. So someone want to make a motion to appoint Sandy to the Tricentennial Committee for a term ending 6/30/25?
I move that the board appoint Sandy Pochapin to the Tricentennial Committee for a term to expire June 30, 2025.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
You
Mr.
can't see
Hamilton?
Sandy, we're all saying yes. So good.
Okay, there you go.
Thank
We'll go raise
you,
your hands
I
tonight
think.
in person. So Sandy, 5-0 vote, not surprising. So the only thing you've got to do now is go see the town clerk during business hours and get sworn in,
Okay,
and then you will be
Okay.
officially on the committee.
all right. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so the next one is our public forum for regional dispatch service changes. And as everybody knows, Al and Sam have led our effort this year to try to figure out what we should do. So I'm going to turn this over to Al, who has a PowerPoint that was in our packet.
I promised I would talk fast. So what I'd like to do is over the last really 16 months, Sam and I and the two chiefs and the town administrator have been engaged in a due diligence effort to really determine what makes sense with respect to whether we should join a regional dispatch system or not. So, what is a regional dispatch system, a regional emergency communications system? It is simply a group of communities pooling their resources to provide the service of dispatch. In principle, it's no different from other regional organizations that we participate in, such as high schools, VOTEC schools, libraries, our public health operations are now have a regional component. And of course, one of the big ones that we never really think about is our mutual aid networks for both fire and police. So we can go to the next slide. The RECs are, I'm going to use the word REC, it's Regional Emergency Communication Services. They are common in the United States. They're quite often centered around a county or a large city. They can be fire only, police only, or they can be combined. The technology is mature. Frankly, Massachusetts is quite late in the game to the REC business. And in fact, go to the next slide. This is an example of a regional dispatch system in Holbrook, Massachusetts. There are about a dozen stations. They cover 7 different communities and serve about 150,000 people. 100,000 is, by the way, we think an important number. So we can go to the next slide. So believe it or not, RECs are in fact common in Massachusetts. They're far more common in the western part of the state where the towns are smaller, although I will point out that we are also a small town. And they are gaining in popularity in the eastern part of the state. If you go to the next slide. What you can see here is the number of communities that were parts of RECs in 2014 and now in 2024. What we've seen is 27 communities in the greater Boston area, that's essentially Plymouth North and Worcester East, have joined RECs in the recent years. Go to the next slide. So the question is should Southborough join a REC? We've been doing this for 16 months, as well as the efforts that were done earlier. We visited 3 operating RECs, Holbrook, Devens, and Foxborough. They have more fancy names, but those are the ones everybody uses. And we've talked to 2 RECs that are in the process of being formed, Westborough and Framingham. We have confirmed that the Metro West REC building is no longer located on a Superfund site. That changed. That was a big concern at the last town meeting, and that has been addressed. We have met with Northborough, Marlborough, Ashland, and one other, Westborough. And we've investigated the concept of a virtual REC, which is a new innovative idea that was brought up by our Municipal Technology Committee. We spent a fair amount of time vetting that idea. It is an idea that has a lot of merit, but is, I think, beyond our capacity to implement at this time. Frankly, it requires state support, and the campaign to garner state support would be substantial. And we have other fish to fry to not to put too delicate a point on it. We've had a number of conversations with state 911 managers. The chief surveyed the Mass police chiefs, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that. We interviewed, it's not 5, it's 4 retired police chiefs or fire chiefs when we did the assessment that hired our new fire chief. And we've surveyed the greater Boston RECs to gather some information on performance data. Next slide. So the first thing to come out is that the police chiefs are very satisfied with the RECs. And this is actually was a bit of a surprise to us. If you look at it, 85% of those responding, and I know the slide looks like it's more like 3/4, but the yellow section there is no response. So of the people that responded, 85%, that is 17 of 20, were very satisfied with the RECs. Now, in the public world, if you get an 85% approval rating, that's pretty good. So we go to the next slide. When we asked, would you join again? It was 80% of those, again, responding. Again, we had the same 4 no responses, said yes, they would join again. There was only 5% of those that responded that said no. One of the interesting things, if we go to the next slide. One of the things that we asked was, what are your motivations? A lot of these were open-ended questions. And this was one that surprised us, but has since been driven home. 6 of the 13 mentioned difficulty in hiring dispatchers. dispatching is not an easy job. It's got its own set of stresses, and frankly, when you're working alone, it can be a little on the lonely side. Another 6 of 13 mentioned cost savings. We're going to talk a lot more about that. There was mention of single dispatcher risk, which is something that we've talked about at town meetings. They talked about the ability to upgrade their current equipment. And if you go down and look at our dispatch center, you will see that there are millions of dollars worth of equipment sitting sitting in an air-conditioned room. And it is got a lifespan of roughly 10 years. So and then there's all of the communications equipment that our first responders carry. And that is also hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of equipment. So equipment upgrades and then quality improvements. The fire chief's input was a little different because I took advantage of a freebie. One of the things to note is that the fire services, which is really fire and ambulance, are already regional. You know, we have mutual aid agreements. We go to our neighboring communities whenever we have a serious emergency, and they come to us whenever we have a serious emergency. So, you know, the term that's used is, you know, we're in and out of each other's stations every day. And so, you know, we already have a strong regional presence. And so this is something that is of substantial interest to members of the fire service. Their primary interest was in the integration of the REC and our mutual aid network. And this was something that came out, which was different from our original thinking. When I first started thinking about this, and I have a background in communications, I thought, well, you know, you can do this from anywhere, right? You know, we could outsource this to Bangalore if we wanted. And I was quickly disabused of that. And that in fact, there was a tremendous benefit to being able to have your regional dispatch operation overlap with your mutual aid network. Because when your regional dispatch system can then essentially access what we're going to call the digital firehouse, which means that that the dispatcher can know the status not only of every crew and every piece of equipment in the inventory, whether it's available to be dispatched or whether it's out of service, or whether it's already being used on another event. And this is actually quite important, and we're going to talk a little bit more about this in a minute. And then, you know, basically, you know, what I met with these chiefs because we were doing the assessment center to hire our new fire chief. And so I had 4 fire chiefs sitting there at lunch. And so I decided I was going to, you know, save the town some money and just pick their brains. And you know, so what I got was essentially a long list of stories about, you know, how RECs made dispatching faster and more effective. And frankly, speed is actually what's really important in these types of events. So it's also important to police operations. And, you know, whether we think about our police operations doing mutual aid, we don't think about that often, but it does happen. The recent shooting that happened in Northborough was in fact a regional response. There were officers, you know, there was a state police, there were 2 cruisers from Marlborough, and there was a cruiser from Southborough that responded to that event. So the need to overlap not only with our fire services, but also with all of our public safety enterprises is important. So we can go to the next slide. So we did a survey of the greater Boston RECs, and we got, I think, 4 responded. And one of the questions we ask is, how many people do you have on your busiest shift? And the answer we got was somewhere between 1 and 12, 1 dispatcher per 9,500 people in terms of the population covered, and 12,000. So that number is roughly 1 dispatcher for every 10,000 of population that's covered. Now that's, you know, the busy shift during the day. It's not at night. Southborough, we have in the past, we have had 1 dispatcher on, and we have a population of 10,450. So, you know, we are right in line with a single dispatcher with sort of what I'll call the industry standard or the REC standards. We also asked them what their operating budget was, and we asked what their operating budget was before any subsidies. So this is the total cost to operate is the rec. And it ran somewhere between $42 and $65 per capita for every person covered in their area. Now, in Southborough, when we operated in 2024, when we had a single dispatcher, the number for us was about $58. So we're right in the middle of that range. But we know that there is substantial single dispatcher risk. We've added 2 new full-time dispatchers, and that's bringing that up to $78 per person covered, which is now, the north end of that range. And if we were to go to 24/7, which would need another 2 dispatchers, it would probably rise into the neighborhood of $98. I want to stress that economics is actually not the reason to do this. We're going to go forward in just a minute. So why are we thinking about doing this? We know that having a single dispatcher is a risk point. We've talked about this multiple times at town meeting. The life of a dispatcher, is can be very, very challenging. If you have a single dispatcher, we are now expecting that the dispatcher will be able to deliver immediate aid and instruction over the phone, whether it's how to do CPR or how to protect yourself in a serious event. At the same time, that single person has to go out and find the resources to respond to that. Now, sometimes it's easy, but sometimes it isn't. Sometimes it might require, contacting a neighboring town to bring a resource in. And so that's a little tricky. And we are now talking about an enterprise that where minutes matter. In life safety, we talk about the golden hour. Well, if it can be minutes to organize that response and far less under a rec. The other thing that we have started to discover is that we're having challenge hiring dispatchers as well. Town meeting authorized the spending to hire 2 additional full-time dispatchers, and we still have 1 full-time and 1 half-time or part-time dispatcher positions that are open, 2 months into the fiscal year. So, hiring is going to become more and more of a challenge for all of our public institutions, and this is no exception. We can authorize the money, but we can't force people to apply. So we can go to the next slide. The other issue, one of the other issues that came up is the dark station. And I think that the term dark station is a bit of a misnomer. Today, if somebody arrives at the public safety building with a crisis, they're going to be greeted by the dispatcher behind the glass. And that dispatcher will marshal the resources necessary to deal with that problem. They will not come out from behind the glass. They cannot come out from behind the glass. Their duty is to always be there to communicate. In a wreck, if you walk in the door with a crisis, you will be greeted by a dispatcher. They'll be on a screen. They'll be, you'll be able to talk to them. And that dispatcher will perform the same set of functions that is marshaling the resources to address your particular need. So just in all of the wrecks that we met with, the dispatchers had the ability to lock and unlock doors, which is actually quite important. If somebody's chasing you, you go to the police station, you run in, you want the door locked behind you, and the dispatcher can lock and unlock doors to provide measures of security. When we talked to the chiefs again, or when we surveyed the chiefs, 4 of the 15 that responded to this question said that their stations were manned 24/7. They tended to be larger communities. 7 of the 15 reported that their lobbies are linked to the rec in the manner that I just described. And 4 of the 15 had what I would describe as a hybrid model, where they are partially staffed and partially digitally integrated. So can we go to the next slide? Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat this. Like anything, there are risks involved. There are startup risks. You know, a rec is going to will use very mature technologies. This is well understood, but any new enterprise can run into hiccups. I've worked in startups. Things don't always go as you seem. So one of the feedback that we've gotten is, one, don't turn the rec on until everything works. Resist the temptation, say, well, we can just start it here and, you know, we'll patch this other stuff. No, when we turn it on, it better work because people's lives depend on it. Staff training, including having dispatchers do ride-alongs in each of the communities they serve so they can get to know the police officers and firefighter EMTs is important so they can get to know them and they can know each other and they can get to know the communities. Coordinating procedures. One of the things that's going to happen is that obviously dispatch standards have to be harmonized between all of the communities, and there's a lot of work to be done there. And, you know, you can't have, you know, Southborough does it this way, Westborough does it this way, Ashland does it that way. Now, there has to be a harmonized procedures, and we've had some discussions about that. Then it becomes training, and communication. These are sort of articles of faith. On the finance side, there are some short-term benefits. For the next 3 to 5 years, once the rec gets turned on, the state offers very nice subsidies where they'll pick up the operating costs or some or all of the operating costs for the initial introduction period. For us, that would have a value of something on the order of $3 million. There are also some long-term capital cost benefits where the state would take over things like our radio networks. But I want to stress that we're really more focused on this as a way of enhancing and providing public safety benefits as opposed to financing, because I think in the long term, we're going to spend, once we get past that 3 to 5 year period, we're going to spend about what we were spending in 2024, adjusted for inflation. But, you know, so there's no magic bullet here. These services cost money and eventually we're going to have to pay for them. I think we can reasonably expect that those costs are going to be about what we're spending now or what we spent last year. The other sort of risk area is that, you know, from the recs that we've seen, I think you need to get to a magic number of about 100,000 people covered. That's, I think, is a number that gives you sufficient scale to really be economic. And so that is, you know, a rec needs to have a plan to integrate neighboring communities as we go forward. So our recommendation is that we begin the process of seeing if we can work out a deal with the Metro West rec, which is the rec that currently involves both Westboro and Grafton. And I know that there are other communities that are also thinking about this, but we think this is the best opportunity to integrate with our mutual aid network. It is, if we join it, we cover a population of about 50,000. It's about halfway where we need to go. There are certainly within the immediate neighborhood about 150,000 people. So I think there is reasonable prospects for growth. It's obviously something we have to negotiate. We believe that they would offer, even at 50,000, sufficient resources to give us the depth of coverage, and it's depth of coverage that is important. Is when, you know, when things hit the fan and, you know, we have two or three events happening quickly in town, we want to have 2 or 3 a dispatch team there to help us respond, and as do other communities. The other advantage at this point, as I say, the Metro West Rec has not been established. It is in the process. They've gotten their initial funding and they are just getting ready to hire an executive director. Would mean that in particular, the chiefs would be in at the ground floor. That means that they get a say in those harmonized operating procedures. They get a say in who gets hired. They would have a platform for advocating for their people if they want to move over. What we are recommending for the dark station is that in the first year of rec operations, we staff the public safety building 24/7 and then evaluate the usage patterns and how things are going and proceed from there. So that would be our recommendation. We're not going to save a lot of money in the long term, but we do think that there are some opportunities to save on capital costs such as radios and CAD system. CAD is computer aided dispatch, not computer aided design. and which are very expensive systems. So that is our recommendation. You know, our recommendation is that that we begin the process of meeting with our neighbors and seeing if we can work out terms that meet our needs. Any questions?
Al, can I add a couple of points there? As one who's been involved in this process, my major takeaway from this is that longer term, it looks like we would wind up spending about the same as we're spending now in terms of the operating costs. There are advantages in terms of capital costs that the state is likely to support us with longer term, which is not insignificant. But the real bottom line is we're buying bench strength or depth here, and that in a rec that we can start with even, we're going to have at least 2, 3, 4 dispatchers on duty at any point in time. And if we can get to the 150,000 level or so, Holbrook, I think, had like 6 on duty at any given time, something like that. So there's dramatically larger capacity to deal with complex events. And as Al said, minutes save lives in this business. And I think we've actually been taking some risks historically with the staffing that we've had. And so I think it's time to actually address that safety issue. And I think this does the job for that. And I think also this process has developed good answers for questions, concerns that people have expressed over the last year or so, particularly at town meeting discussion most recently. And so I think we're prepared to deal with all those questions at a town meeting going forward here.
Hold on a minute, Marguerite. We're all going to get a chance to ask all kinds of questions. So excellent presentation, gentlemen. So Sam, I'm just going to ask one question because you just said it, just to clarify what you mean by we think we're going to spend long-term what we're spending now. Well, fiscal year 25, we added 2 full-time dispatch positions. One is filled, one's not. We've got a part-time that's also not filled. This does not provide 24/7 2 people though.
Right.
So what do you mean by when you say spending right now?
We spent FY24.
Yeah.
That's what you're talking about?
Why
Because 24 is just one person.
Yes,
Exactly.
yeah, so we spent a little over, when you add all of the costs in, it was a little over $600,000 when you add in retirement.
For
and
fiscal year 24.
fiscal
24.
24.
Okay.
Yep.
And we think that that's ballpark what we will spend at a rec. Just as a data point, the 4 Foxborough communities, which are all larger than us, are spending about, their assessment runs about $600,000. Interestingly, if you went to Devon's, and Devon's is not as capable a rec as I think we would like. They're spending, I think it's on the order of $225,000. Now, these are smaller communities, so, you know, but so the data suggests that we would spend about what we are spending with what we spent for a single dispatcher.
So then, is it not relevant and needs to be pointed out that if we don't do this, we need to increase the cost of our dispatch
Right.
from the 600 to reflect what our concern is, which we think we need 2 people
Right.
around the clock, right? So you're
It will,
I'm just trying to compare apples to apples here. It looks like we really would save money because we're either going to do the rec or we're going to add a lot more people, right?
yes, yes, that is correct. The data I've seen suggests that for 24/7 would be a number north of $1 million.
Okay.
So,
All right,
yes,
so
so-
now,
so
I just
there
want to
is-
get that in there because Sam had just said
Yeah.
that. I wasn't trying to jump in. Okay, so let's, so the 3 of us, let's ask our questions, then we'll see what everybody else wants to talk about. So Marguerite, you want to go first?
Yes, there's a blank spot in my understanding of this. I know the schools are run by the school committee, even if it's regional. Those are people from the community doing it. A lot of them are volunteers. As I understand it, a rec is almost like a separate company. And what's the organizational structure? It's not a town department. And what's the accountability if we have dissatisfactions? And the other part of it is, like, what kind of feedback mechanism do we have? Or is this just like dealing with National Grid coming in and giving us electricity? In other words, how do we know they will be responsive to what we, the residents, want to have them respond to?
Sure. So first off, the rec is an independent entity. It is an independent public body, just as the regional school is an independent body, just as, the library lending is in it. Yeah, it is. So it is a separate body. We need to actually spend some time hammering that out. In the old agreement, well, the rec was to be governed by either by appointed people who, and each board would appoint them. In the case of Grafton and Westboro, it was going to be their town administrators or town managers. And in the old agreement, it was going to be a member of the select board. And then they have operating committees, and the operating committees are typically the chiefs. This is a little different than a regional school, which is to say, what we're buying is a very professional service. These are highly skilled professionals, and we're looking to have our highly skilled professionals manage that system. Just as we today have the police chief is responsible ultimately for our dispatch center. And so,
Well, who is hiring the executive director, for instance?
so the executive director would be hired by the board, and the board in the old agreement. And again, one of the things that has to happen if we join the Metro West Rec is that the IMA, the intermunicipal agreement, needs to be redone for a variety of reasons, not the least of which is it specified the Hokomoka Pond site as the as a building in question, and that's no longer relevant. So I think so that is a matter that has to be negotiated. But at the end of the day, the people who get held responsible for the performance of the rec are our chiefs, and whoever we appoint as to the governing board. The governing board would then hire the executive director.
But it's kind of like a business entity. It's like a company.
Yeah, it's a
I wouldn't
separate
call it a
separate
company.
Legal entity,
Mhm.
It's
separate legal entity.
Marguerite, the
It's a
best
separate-
analogy is a school is the high school district. That really is a separate entity. It's got its own people in the school committee. We elect a couple from here, but it does its own thing. They send us an assessment, we put in our budget. We don't we can say no to it. And there's rules, then what happens there, but it really is separately run. So this is going to be just like that, separately run.
Well, Kathy, if I can jump in here.
Absolutely.
A couple provisions that when, I'm now remembering, is this 18 months ago, 2 years ago, when we negotiated the IMA that we signed for Metro West Rec before the town meeting vote on the citizen petition that was critical of this. Couple, smaller provisions that we negotiate into the agreement that I think are helpful are a requirement that, for example, the executive director provide an annual report to all the communities. So we have a document that provides a status report on, okay, here are the goals that the rec had for the coming year. I believe there's also some supermajority vote requirements for certain levels of borrowing and capital. So there are some checks and balances so that to address the concern that it's going to be a regional entity that just kind of borrows money and spends a lot of money.
Sends us a bill.
Yeah, and also I do think that there's some trade-offs, right? There will not be as much control as there would be right now. But I mean, overall, I think the benefits outweigh the risks. But I do think there's a benefit in being an early adopter, particularly, and hopefully this would work out in terms of timing. We'd have some role in selecting the executive director of the rec. And, that's something that I think this board would take our participation in that as seriously as we take in, selecting department heads. It's someone that we would want to have an open line of communication with. Because we'd be very invested in the success of the rec's new executive director. And, Al, on your slide, you mentioned, I know that you and Sam have done a lot of work and gone to, I think, 3 different recs. Also, in the prior iteration of it, Kathy and I and Sam, yep. We all have been to the Foxborough rec, which is a very impressive facility. It kind of demonstrates how the rec works, and their executive director was very impressive in terms of his experience, and again, experience in the IT field before, really knows his stuff.
Just a speculative question. The rec executive director and their board or whatever it is wants to borrow, I don't know, what, $50 million I pulled it out of the air, to upgrade something. Does each of the towns in the rec have to vote to approve that? And what happens if one of the towns doesn't?
I think it would depend on what the IMA says.
I think the language in the prior IMA for capital
Pull it up.
expenditures, I think the towns had to approve those expenditures above some number.
Okay, and if a town doesn't want to?
If the town doesn't want to, that was one of the changes that we negotiated in the prior one, where the prior one, basically, we were stuck for 10 years or something like that. We negotiated an early termination option for a town. I think it's like 1 year advance notice. So we might have to suffer for a year, but we could leave. And if we did, we'd have to find another rec at that point, but at least we're not bound to anything that the rec.
Yeah,
All right,
one thing.
I'll stop hypothesizing.
No,
No,
these are good questions. So,
So one thing that is important to recognize, and one of the reasons why there's been a lot of concern about this is a bigger decision than we think, because if we join a rec, we can't go back. And the reason we can't go back is that today, sitting in our dispatch center is a very expensive piece of hardware that essentially connects our dispatch center to the mobile network, the telephone network. So that when you dial 911, that piece of equipment, along with other pieces of equipment, knows that, where you are and where to send your call. And that piece of equipment will go away. And that equipment was provided by the state, and the state wants people to join recs. So one of the other, and so they're not going to give it back. So if we join a rec, it's a one-way decision. Unless it would be very difficult to go back. We could join a different rec, as just so you know. We had a number of discussions with Framingham, and Framingham has set up their own rec, and it's now Framingham and Natick. So they've got scale. And, Framingham's been our neighbor for a long time, and they are part of our mutual aid network. We thought that Metro West was slightly better because probably the fire service that we rely on the most is Westboro. And, we hope that Marlboro, which is also another big mutual aid partner, will join, but, they've got to make their own decisions, as do Northborough and Ashland and Hopkinton. But
so Marguerite, what you're asking about hasn't been decided yet. That's what discussing and negotiating the IMA is going to be all about, to make sure that we have as much protection. But, we shouldn't go in this thinking we got a way out. We want to go in with as good a deal as we can possibly get and want it to work. So we still got more work to do. This is just one step, is to, get ready for town meeting, do what we promised town meeting, but then roll up our sleeves and actually see if we can get an agreement done and get the finances worked out as far as the construction goes.
I think Al and Sam have done an enormous amount of fabulous work looking at this, but it is a new thing, right? And I'd like to sort of see what the organizational chart is for the boards or the companies or whatever they are that are doing the other recs. Do they have?
And you
sticks?
will, we're not voting on anything tonight. This
Yeah,
is just
I
to
know.
help
Just
get ready for town
so I
meeting.
would
Yeah.
I can send
That's
you a
all.
draft. I can send you
Right.
copy of the IMA that we signed last time that spells out the whole organizational structure.
And we worked hard on that. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah,
our
and
town
that-
council was involved in that.
That was a
We,
good 4 or
we
5
probably commented more on that than the other two towns.
Yeah, and that one actually follows a state template. So there are others that use that template as well. There are some that don't, but that would give you a good idea of what others are doing.
I think it would be helpful.
Yeah.
So is that it for the moment? We're going to hear from the chiefs in a second, so you may have more questions. Andrew?
Well, so, one question I've heard people ask before, and I don't know really how I don't think this question is particularly relevant to the decision about whether to join a rec or not is, we spent a lot of money to build this new public safety building, and you get a certain amount of square footage in the building, which was built out for the dispatch operation just for Southborough. Is that a reason to keep doing what we're doing as opposed to, I think it's something that's just not relevant, basically, that.
There's something in,
That was about 10 years ago or
Yeah.
8 years ago.
Yeah, something like that.
realistically, if the rec options had been available 10 years ago, we should have made this decision 10 years ago. What you're describing is something that in economics is called the fallacy of sunk costs. And, we have that space. I have no doubt that we will eventually find some other use for that space.
And I can tell you from being on the committee that built that building, we never once discussed not putting dispatch there. It was never, ever on the table. So,
And what do you think?
Again, I second Al's comment about fallacy of sunk cost, very famous and very accurate economic principle. So you look at where you go from now, and this one to me is.
That's right. You
is the
can't
right
help what
choice.
you've already spent. It's not relevant. So,
A lot of things I'd like to replay in my own life, but you can't go back. So you
Don't
gotta
we
deal
all?
with what you have now.
Thank-
So.
Andrew, anything else?
No, I just thought that it would be useful to bring up because I've participated in several of these meetings now. This is a question that comes up. It's one that we should be
Yep.
prepared to address at town meeting on the 30th.
Absolutely, and it will come up, I'm sure.
Okay, now I'm being slightly facetious here. Kevin Miller's here, so I know of several groups in town, committees, et cetera, boards that have no space anyplace, and they really need space. Now, anyway, we've got room in schools, whatever. We are going to find everybody's space if they need to, but there's space,
We-
right?
We may be able to put a couple of extra cells in the public safety building. So
Okay, I'm being facetious. So Andrew, anything else for the moment?
No,
Okay. So I don't have anything else for the moment. I'd like to next bring up the chiefs and let them express what they think about Al's presentation, your thoughts, et cetera. Chief Puntini is fairly new to Southborough. However, he came from Foxborough where he has seen this in action. So he knows what a regional communication center looks like and acts like. Chief Newell has been with us from the beginning as far as trying to consider this. So this is, as Al said, been going on for a while. So we definitely need to hear from each of you. So you want to start first, Chief Newell?
Sure. This is working. So this has been a long process and the committee that was put together did a lot of hard work, a lot of visitations to rec centers, a lot of very thorough research into the topic. It's come to the point where a lot of surrounding towns, a lot of towns throughout Massachusetts are moving towards recs. When we initially started, there weren't as many as there are now that are moving towards recs, and I feel that Southborough, if we do not at least look into this, go forward with this, we could be left behind. And that includes police departments that I thought would never join recs that are now discussing joining recs at this point in time. It is a very difficult job. The individuals that do this job are tremendous people. They're tremendous professionals. And I have the utmost respect for them. And that's going to be the difficult part of this whole process is, again, dispatch falls under the police chief and, overseeing this operation has been challenging, but when you work with professionals, it has also been easy. But we are having a hard time filling positions and, you know, if we do have a rec, the hiring, the whole process itself of onboarding, offboarding is handled by that executive director. And, you know, having a say, I feel is definitely important in the operations itself. And that, you know, if we're not happy with something that's happening at the rec, I think having a voice in the quality control is very important as well. And that's why, you know, with working with Westboro, we would be a part of that process of developing the IMA. So those are things that I would look for in the rec itself. So that's where I'm at this point.
I think it's important, if I were sitting in the audience at town meeting and I had this in front of me to vote to recommend that we go forward. It's not a non-binding, it's not a binding vote, but we do want town meeting to weigh in. We said we'd come back. We want their opinion, right? I would think that it'd be important to my vote to know what each of you think, which you'll be able to talk that night. And to know that you really do support it at this point. You do think it's the right thing to do. And I started with you, Chief, because I would characterize you as consummate team player always, but a little concerned at the very first, and concerned about certain things, the dark station, your people, et cetera. But that it looks like, if I had to characterize you, that you have now progressed to the point that you may have a little bit different opinion than you did maybe 2 years ago. But I do think it's important that you guys are going to get up to me and say, yeah, we support this, or we don't, if that's what it is. So anyway, you don't say that tonight. I got more to talk about as far as details go, but I do think your opinion is going to be much more valuable than the select board that night, as far as what you think we should do.
I agree. I mean, we are a major part of it. It's going to be instrumental part of both of our operations. And yeah, it's, you know, I kind of did come onto this while the car was already moving, you know, and it was one of those things where I had to quickly catch up. And then, you know, the personal connections I have with my dispatchers, you know, the friendships and everything that's all there. That's all a part of it. And it still weighs heavily on me. I'm just being completely honest about that. But it's at the point now, I feel, you know, I think with this recommendation, we're heading in the right direction.
Okay, thank you. Andrew, welcome.
Thank you. Pretty much echo what Chief Newell says about all of his concerns, and also Al and Sam, the concerns of public safety. Our dispatchers do a fabulous job, but for the most part, there's only one in that room at any given time. And, you know, to your point, Al, you know, the building fire, they're few and far between, but, you know, significant when they happen. What happens every day are medical emergencies. And a dispatcher is required to give life-saving instructions to somebody while they're trying to get us out the door. With only one person in the room, something has to give. You know, they can't do both those jobs effectively. It's just impossible for one person to do that. And looking at these regional dispatch systems, being able to get into the ground floor with Westboro, I just think is something that it's tough. It's tough to ignore. You know, if I feel like we're fortunate where we have that type of opportunity, and not forced to go into a rec that's already established, where we have to adopt their ways, where they may have been operating that way for 5, 10 plus years. We're able to get in early and actually influence change in how the system's going to run.
Thank you both very much. You may want to stay here and let's see, you know, what comes up. So you actually may get questions to ask of you. So the third person I want to hear from before we open up to the public is, and where is he? Where is Mr.
There.
Sutherland? I don't, oh, there he is. Sorry. I can't see behind you. Can you come up and just talk to us about your experience? You can go to the microphone here too, if you want to, whichever one you're more comfortable at. So some of us know who you are, not everybody. So kind of reintroduce yourself and your background, so you understand why I wanted you to come up here.
Sure will. Good evening, everybody. My name is Blair Sutherland. I live at 139 Parkerville Road, and my background is in public safety telecommunications. I'm the retired telecommunications director from the state police. I was with the department for 20 years. And previous to that, I served in the 911 commission as a staff member, and I started my career at Boston EMS where I was a dispatcher and an EMT. So my entire career has been focused on public safety communications. I guess what I would like to just say pretty briefly is I applaud the work done by the board, Mr. Hamilton, Mr. Stivers in particular. You know, this most recent presentation really, in my view, hits on so many things that will help clarify the issue, not only to your fellow select board members, but also I think to the town. I think it's very worthwhile to keep this discussion in front of the town and recognizing that doing something like moving to a regional dispatch center brings with it lots of opportunity and a whole lot of angst as well. In my experience, the state police operate 3 very large regional communication centers. If that map was back up on the screen, I could show you big blotches of color that represent the state police communities. And working with the towns in general is always an act of compromise, right? And I think that's what the board has recognized, that there needs to be an opportunity to work with the surrounding towns. At the moment, we're talking about Westboro. Then I think this is an opportunity to continue that discussion. All of that said, Chief Newell, you know, mentioned, you know, the whole notion, a really true notion of what it means for our current dispatchers, who are absolutely the first responders. I can tell you I have tremendous respect for people who do the job, recognize how difficult it is, and also understand that in a small community, when there really is only one dispatcher, you have to do everything at once at the same time. And while we're able to do that here in Southborough, it's certainly not easy. And my view is I recognize what I think is an exposure for the town by not having additional personnel available to do the job the best way possible. All of that said, I would just say I think the board is moving in the right direction by providing detailed information. It's good to know that, you know, that there is a logical way of looking at this, and something that both Sam and Al said, and just sort of coming at this straight on and dissuading ourselves of the notion that this is going to be a money-saving opportunity. I don't know that it's going to be a money-saving opportunity. I think that there's an opportunity to say that the costs are not going to increase substantially for the town right away. There's certainly, in the first couple of years, the state provides all kinds of assistance in getting a rec up and running. And indeed, the grants provide an opportunity to do some technology upgrades that the town might not, you know, given every other priority that, you know, is in front of this board and so many of the other committees, there may be an opportunity to do some technology upgrades, both with CAD, radio systems, you know, any number of things that tie into communications and to the real life operations of the rec as it applies to those public safety first responders in the field who have radio gear and technology that, you know, that ties back into the whole notion of communications. I guess in closing, the other piece, I would just like to reaffirm the notion that having a rec and having the professionals in one room for multiple communities, getting information in real time about not just their community, but about their surrounding communities. That goes to the whole notion of situational awareness, and so greatly increases the opportunity for really effective mutual aid, whether that's calling additional law enforcement in or one of the regional LECs in because something has happened in town, or when the local, when our Southborough Police or Fire are needed somewhere else in order to provide that mutual aid. It doesn't come as a surprise. And indeed, the telecommunicators who are there already have a good grasp on what's happening. I guess, I think the town and the board are headed in the right direction by continuing to look at this. And I applaud the good work that's been done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy,
Mhm.
could I add one point to what Mr. Sutherland said?
Yes, you can.
One thing that impressed me as I've visited several recs now is this seems to me to be actually a separate profession, management of regional communication systems. And it, like many things, I think sort of grew up out of the police and fire departments as something that needed to be done. And so they took this responsibility on. Given where technology is today and how technology is evolving, it sure seems to me as I've talked to these folks that the executive directors are people who actually have a career of regional communications. And there's a lot going on nationally that need to keep up with, and technology and whatever. So it seems to me it makes good sense. We get a better product if we separate it as a separate entity that has this as its only focus, and make sure that we're also always keeping up with new developments in terms of this technology and these processes. So I think just reinforces for me that we're better served having real professionals focused on this alone. And working across communities gives us the depth that we need to respond effectively to complex events. So, thank you.
Sam, anyone on the board have a question for Blair before we open this up? Okay, so this is a public forum, so we want to see if there's anyone here that has any questions, any comments, any criticisms, or on the Zoom audience before we go any
No
further.
hands up. Zoom.
Okay. Can you come to the microphone and introduce yourself?
Michael Nordstrom, 14 Meeting House Lane, Southborough. I just had a question about the financial piece of it. So essentially moving to the rec is you're purchasing a service, really? That's how it sounds like it's described. And then some examples were provided there about just, if there is a significant increase in the costs that the rec observes, will they be passed on to the town? But my understanding is usually when you have a service that you're buying, it's a stated service and a stated fee, and then you build a fee structure and a cap per year that you have, that they can increase over time. Is that how the contract will be set up, with a cap? Or are we exposed financially if there's a significant capital cost increase to the rec that we have to then absorb?
We've used a state template for that, for the one that we signed previously, and that does not have a cap in it. In other words, the rec develops a budget and then allocates the costs proportionally to the towns that are participating in it, and the towns are obligated to pay that assessment. And that's where we had some conversation around, can we actually get out of it if we are not happy about the assessment? And the place where we left it, I think, was there was a 1 year or 180 day, I can't remember, option to terminate at our discretion if we got into one of those situations. We also actually had protection on the capital side. So if the rec decided to spend $50 million on new technology that we thought was inappropriate, the towns actually, in the one that we saw originally, and I would hope we would see again, would have the opportunity to approve that or not. And if the towns didn't approve it, then the rec would have to come back with an alternate plan. So, but there is some exposure certainly, but at least given the trade-offs, personally, it seemed to me that was a reasonable protection for us, and offset by the value of the safety issue in terms of getting increased safety from the process.
Yeah, this is a little bit like the situation you described, but not entirely. It's I wish there were companies out there that were competitively offering this service, but there aren't. We would have the option in the future if we are dissatisfied with the costs of joining a different rec. And as I mentioned, there's another rec that's next door, and they appear to have good scale. So we will be appointing a member of the board. So there is accountability there. And, we have to hold our chiefs who would be on the operating committees accountable as well, just as they are accountable today for their own budgets. And, there's just, if we see things are going the wrong way, we have to say so to the people that we send as our representatives to this entity. But yes, it is a risk point. There's no sugarcoating any of this.
So Kathy, could I add on to what you said, Alan? Mr.
Nordstrom?
Nordstrom, okay, here's the other point. What I'm hearing so far is if there is a $50 million bond that's being floated, our option is to withdraw from the rec. That seems like it's kind of either or, isn't
Yeah.
it?
There's going to be more too. There's going to be more
Yeah.
controls over that. 50 million is not going to happen with that.
That was actually, Kathy, any town could actually veto that one, as a matter of fact. That was in the original language. So that language I thought was pretty strong. And we will hopefully get something like that in what we signed.
Yeah, so we just need to get the IMA negotiated and then bring it back. Because that's what we're going to be voting on, Marguerite, is the actual IMA when it's ready to be voted on. Okay.
So if you had to summarize, thank you for all that information. So you had to summarize it. I was hoping this would go down a path of it would reduce our financial risk as a town, but it sounds like it would not reduce, but I'm not hearing that it would increase our financial risk necessarily, other than you're in more of a shared group, so you have less control potentially.
I think that if things work well, it's a big caveat, of course, we will be getting better, deeper coverage for a price that is similar to what we paid for single dispatch. But if we want to go with and have deeper coverage here in our community by having 2 dispatchers, then relative to that scenario, I think we will save significantly on the operating costs.
Right, I guess, yeah, I'm clear on that. But I should have been more specific. It was more to the point of unanticipated, significantly increased costs. And how that would be a more or less of a financial risk than the situation that we're in currently.
Yeah.
But it
Well,
sounds like it's about even.
I don't think so. I don't think we're making this piece of it clear. When Sam said, and Al said that we think we're going to spend what we're spending now, they meant the year we just ended. At last town meeting, we added room for 2 new dispatchers in the fiscal year 25 budget. Now, it's not going to all get spent because they're not hired, but it's in the budget. In this case, we are talking, so we talk about sunk cost and how you just need to get over them. You also, yes, we may not want to save money with this, but we're going to spend less than we might spend otherwise in the future if we have to double the amount of people here. So there is less financial risk of doing the regional than what we're going to probably have to do locally if we don't go this way.
And Kathy,
makes
the other
sense.
point here too is that if you actually go from 1 dispatcher to 2 dispatchers 24/7, you got to hire between 4 and 5 additional bodies to do that coverage for 24/7. So it's a very highly leveraged expansion there in terms of cost.
And also one concrete cost that you likely would avoid by joining the rec is within a certain number of years, we would need a major upgrade to the technology in the dispatch center. And if you go the rec route, that would be picked up by the state. And if you don't, that would be a large amount shown on a capital article at town meeting.
Yeah.
It's coming
I
pretty
think
fast.
in the
Yeah.
near term, which is 3 to 5 years, I think this is financially advantageous to the town. But I wouldn't want to make promises beyond the 3 to 5 years. I think, the state giveth and the state taketh away. We can, for those of you there's something called the Quinn Act, where, the state was going to pay for educating police officers. And they offered very generous terms until they didn't offer them anymore, but we still had, so, we would be wise in our planning not to assume that the state will be munificent forever.
That makes sense.
And we're not. We know that. Well, okay.
All right, thank you.
So Michael, welcome. We're going to talk to you again in a minute.
Okay.
So Michael is the current chair of EDC, in case everyone has met him. So, okay. So I'm trying to be considerate of people who I know are here for certain things. The discussion with advisory is going to start with discussion with EDC. That discussion is going to take a pretty long time. So I'm going to put two things in front of that real quick. Hopefully everybody's okay with that so that the people involved can, they don't want to stay, they don't have to.
We done with this now?
Yeah, well, is anybody else, Vanessa?
Nobody in the audience, no hands.
Okay, so yes, I think we're done with this.
Declare victory and move on.
Well, and we may do this again before town meeting. We said a couple, so this may not be the end of it.
I have two other forums that I'm currently working on.
Okay.
The Dolmens Club and Southborough Access Media.
Mhm.
And if anybody's got other forums that they'd like to discuss this in, I'd be happy to arrange it.
Okay, all right, but thank you for doing this. This was good. Okay, so we're gonna flip. We're gonna do the stewardship committee discussion next. I think Joyce, I thought I saw her. There she is.
This is the same as in the packet.
I didn't think so. I think the packet was your language. I'm not sure.
Yeah, the packet was not Joyce's and Melissa Danza's suggestion.
Okay.
So I've got theirs in front of me too. Okay, so this topic is one that we may or may not complete tonight. We'll see. So we've been trying to work with various committees, including stewardship, to help them be more effective in what they do. So one thing we've all agreed on is to reduce their committee from 7 to 5, and we can do that. That's not a town meeting vote. This is an ad hoc committee. So we can do that. That's not an issue. Then we've been talking about other changes to their charge to make it more clear because their charge is not very clear. So Sam has met with stewardship, right, Sam?
Choice, yeah.
Okay. And Melissa Danza has weighed in because, of course, the main reason to be for stewardship is to take care of the Breakneck Hill Conservation Land, which is under the care of Concom. So we're here tonight maybe to try to clean up this charge and agree on what it should be going forward. But every time I think I've got it, I've got another question. So that's why I'm not sure we're going to get it tonight. You read it, then you go, I didn't think about that. So where we are right now is we've agreed to reduce it to 5. It is an ad hoc committee. It's not a standing committee. It's got members that are required to come from open space and Concom. And the other 3, or the other 5 before tonight were at-large appointed by select board. 1-year terms because it's ad hoc committee. So I'm just going to throw out some questions for you. And Sam, feel free to interject here. I don't know why it's an ad hoc committee. So let me just throw that one out to begin with. And this is, I didn't even think about this till today when Joyce and I were going back and forth on email. The protection of the land is permanent. That's Breakneck Hill Conservation Land is not going anywhere, right? It's ours. We need to protect it. The purpose of this committee was to protect it. So I'm not sure what the reason for the committee to be ad hoc to begin with was, and wondering if anyone else understands why it was ad hoc.
I don't.
Okay. Freddie? And don't forget to introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm Freddie Gillespie. I'm the Open Space Preservation Commission representative on the Stewardship Committee. And along with Joyce, I was one of the original founding, well, we weren't the founding members, but we were originally appointed. And it was because of the work of the Open Space Preservation Commission that the committee was set up. And the original reason for it is we had been declared the worst bittersweet infestation in Metro West. We got a working towards a grant through the NRCS, and the initial emergency was to clean the bittersweet up and to manage that grant. So it was thinking of getting that job done, which was a huge job. So I don't think anyone was thinking long-term at the time, because it's like you got a fire, you got to put the fire out. And we were just thinking about getting the fire out. And then afterwards, working with the consultants, we had Mass Audubon and we've had others over the years. We have been praised for our stick-to-itiveness, because many of these other projects, they get cleaned up in 5 years, you come back and it's a mess. And we are still at a high percentage of the original invasive of the bittersweet clean. I mean, you have to manage it all the time, but we are still at a very high percentage of keeping that at bay and eradicating. Of course, new invasives come in, but, and we have our charge, which was always to do management of the land, because after we did the clear cut and the herbicide, it was like a bomb went off, really. And we had done planning ahead of time, and, you know, it's not something you walk away with, but I think it was dealing with an emergency right at the beginning. Do you agree, Joyce?
But Joyce, is there any reason to think this committee doesn't need to, I mean, you're not going to come to us one day and say, we're done, right?
Right.
I mean, so if the intent is to continue this work in perpetuity, because there's always going to be something to be done to protect there, then I don't know why we wouldn't consider making this a standing committee, period, with 3-year terms and not this 1 year having to continue to reappoint. The other thing that Sam Cyrus had brought forth and had talked to them about is, again, in an effort to try to help them make sure they've already got a full committee, not make it so restrictive. So instead of having one person appointed from open space, one person from COMCOM, have 5 people that were just at large. I can tell you for a fact that Melissa Danza has talked about this with COMCOM. They do not want that. They want it to stay the way it is, and so does, and don't let me put words in your mouth if I say it wrong. I've talked to Joyce, and they also do not want that to change. They wanted to continue having one person appointed from open space, one person appointed from COMCOM, and then 3 at-large appointed members. Correct? So that's what they want. We don't have to agree, but that's what they want. So if we can get to an agreement tonight on what the charge should look like, the revised charge, and whether we want to make this committee a standing committee or not, then we may be done. But that's what we've got to get done to solve
Are
it.
you suggesting we put this on the warrant for the special town meeting potentially?
Yeah, I guess. Although I kind of hate
Or
to add
just
another. We
like-
could do it. We can, we could do this in the spring. We don't have to
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah.
I guess, if it ain't broke, why fix it with, I mean, this is a committee that is working as an ad hoc.
That's
committee,
fine too.
And we're already got plenty of work to do to clean up the draft warrant that we've got right now. I think I'm fine with the
Ad hoc, 1 year.
the language
appointments.
here of the
Yeah. And- and-
Well, I'm not sure you've got the right language. Hold on. So
It's the
this,
language I handed out.
okay, so but you
I
just
think-
gave it to 2 people, right? I've got it.
Oh, was there
Yeah,
not enough?
pass it down here. I
I
think.
yeah,
think
the
it-
one that Joyce passed around. This is,
Now,
Yeah, I think it could be clear. I don't know if it stays ad hoc until it goes to town meeting to become something
does.
different. I think there was legit confusion about where that 1-year terms language is, so it could be maybe more
Well, see,
clear.
when I
moved
saw
to
that, I
the
went, oh, of
end.
course, because it's ad hoc. That's why it's 1 year term. Ad hoc committees are supposed to be temporary. So that's why
yeah.
it's 1 year term. But it does sound like there's an appetite in this group to put it on the special town meeting warrant, September 30th. Doesn't mean we can't put it on the normal annual town warrant that's bigger and has more stuff on it. We are just trying, we want to have the special town meeting last 1 night, not 2. So I think as long as you guys are fine, the way you're operating, then we probably just leave it alone, but do update this charge.
And again, I started out with 5 at large, and I talked with Joyce and others about it, and I guess my preference is 5 at large, but there's strong feeling that this language is better, so I'm okay with it, so.
Thank you for that
and
support.
I'm okay with this charge too, so I'm ready to support this and continue as ad hoc, and we'll deal with the ad hoc issue maybe for spring town
Spring.
meeting if.
Okay, so
makes sense.
Joyce, you don't want to just read what your and Melissa's recommendation are for the charge, just to make sure we've got the same thing in front of us?
Sure. The charge for the ad hoc Southborough Stewardship Committee is to support the Conservation Commission by providing conservation-based stewardship of the Breakneck Hill Conservation Land, balancing multiple conservation and passive recreational uses. The stewardship shall consist of 5 Southborough residents comprised of 1 representative of and as voted by the Conservation Commission, 1 representative of and as voted by the Open Space Preservation Commission, and 3 at-large members appointed for 1-year terms. All 5 members are to be appointed by the Select Board.
Right. Does everybody have that in front? That's what I've got.
Yeah,
Got that?
yeah.
Okay. All right. So, see, some things are easy, right? Okay, so everybody okay with this?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, my preference in general is at large as well as Sam's. I think we have too many interlocking community, but this is not a hill I want to die on.
And I will say, I told Freddie this day, Joyce, I call it 2 out of 5 days, go on Breakneck Hill Road from my office. I take a ride on Woodland to get to, where the post office is. And boy, does it look pretty right now as far as just looking from the road, just glancing over and seeing the color. I mean, that color is beautiful. So it looks great.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I'm happy to provide our rationale for those designated seats because obviously we work closely.
we all agree. So I
Okay,
don't think,
well-
when you won,
I would probably support the same people, but it's just a matter of
Yeah.
principle that I think we have too many reserved spaces and that we aren't having an open enough opportunity.
well, these two at least make a lot of sense as far as where they come from. So, okay.
So I move that we approve the language for the stewardship charge that is supported by the stewardship committee and that Joyce gave us at our meeting.
Second.
All in favor? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good, thank you.
Okay, the next thing I'm going to move up is something that's really, really exciting. It's on the consent agenda, but I'm going to move it up because she's in the audience. So Vanessa, can you bring over Caitlin? Is Bill here? Okay, and bring over Bill Cundiff.
It's two, yeah.
The appointment of the engineer for DPW. So we're just going to pull her up. She's here. Okay. So Bill, are you there? Are you almost there?
Not yet.
Okay. That's what? He's coming.
There, Bill and Caitlin are now here, but muted.
So Caitlin's here. Hi, Bill.
Hi, sorry about that.
Nothing to be sorry about. So, why don't we turn this over to you and you introduce Caitlin to us?
Sure thing. Oh, you got my, I'm not sure why my motorcycle is shown.
That's your best side, right?
Yeah, right. So as you know, we've been looking for quite a bit while for someone to fill our civil engineer position that was approved at the last annual town meeting. We've been looking since the fiscal year began. We had interviewed about 20 candidates and pared that down to a number of interviews. And of those interviews, Caitlin was by far the most qualified candidate and best suited for the position. She has worked for R.H. White for the past 4 years. She's an assistant superintendent there, and she has her bachelor's of science and master's degree in civil engineering from University of Hartford, as well as a business degree from an MBA from University of Hartford also. She has ample experience with field inspection and quality control with R.H. White, experience with doing estimating and bid document review to ensure that she has compliance, that R.H. White complied with contract documents. So the interview team, which consisted of myself, Vanessa, and Karina, all agreed that she was very qualified. So we extended offer through Mark, contingent upon the select board ratification.
That's great. Caitlin, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So welcome. We are really happy to be doing this tonight. We're very happy for Mr. Cundiff. He really wanted to get this position filled, and I think he's got quite a list of projects that he is going to get you involved in very soon. You're not going to worry about having anything to do. I think you'll enjoy working in Southborough. I think the projects are going to be interesting, and I feel like we have truly accomplished something by adding this position and giving Mr. Cundiff the help that he definitely needs.
Yeah, great. It was great to meet the team and go with Bill around the town of Southborough and see what's in store for me. So I appreciate the time today, and Bill, I appreciate your kind words.
When is your first day?
Still TBD, probably mid to late September.
Okay, good. Sooner the better. Anybody have any questions for either Bill or Caitlin?
No questions. Great bio, great experience.
Yeah.
Delighted to have you on board. A
Yeah.
lot to do.
Yep. Okay, Sam, you want to make the motion to appoint Caitlin?
Sure. I'll move that we appoint Caitlin Carvillo as civil engineer in the Public Works Department.
Second.
All in favor? So Caitlin, that was unanimous vote if you can't, if you can see us. So thank you for coming tonight, and thank you, Bill.
My pleasure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ready. Okay, so the next thing we're going to talk is we're going to talk to EDC. So we got a group here. So Michael, you want to come on up, and Julie, you want to join us, and Karen, you want to come up closer? Yeah, and then at the same time, Andrew, you want to call the advisory committee to order? There's Claire. Okay, and Claire, come on up. So who do you need brought over? Adam Nadeff,
Hi.
Tim Martell.
Advisory committee order at 7:52.
Larry Sandberg is here.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. And so before we get started, Andrew, you want to introduce your newest member of advisory?
Introduce our newest member of advisory, well known to everybody, but Barry Rubenstein has joined advisory, and we finally have 7 members for the first time since I've been on advisory.
Yeah, really?
Yeah.
Huh. I didn't think it was that bad. So, Sam, unfortunately, you know, Barry's had to resign from the cable committee.
I saw that.
Okay.
I'm very disappointed, but
Yeah.
he's gone on to a better place.
He feels like his job is done.
And as the new guy, he gets to be chair of advisory, right? Andrew?
That's what Andrew's hoping. That was Andrew's hope. Okay. All right. So, as everyone knows, we have a warrant article for the special town meeting to make the EDC coordinator a full-time position, which we've never had a full-time position in EDC as long as I can remember, right, Julie? So why don't we have this group introduce yourself in the microphone so who's listening home knows who's sitting here. I'm starting with Michael.
Sure. Michael Nordstrom, 14 Meeting House Lane, EDC chairman. I've been with the committee for about a little over a year. So a lot of learning. So that's where I'm at this point. So
I'm sure you're a fast learner, so, and you've got lots of good help here. Okay, so Karen is also on EDC, so you want to introduce yourself next?
Karen Ingham. I've been a member of EDC for 2 years. Looking forward to doing a lot more projects. I guess the last 2 years, we've actually been mostly fighting on getting a full-time EDC coordinator, and we haven't been able to do a lot of the work that we used to do. So we're looking forward to hopefully getting this passed.
Okay, Julie?
Hi, Julie Connolly. I'm a former member of the EDC. I was actually on the original EDC, signed up for, I think, a 3-year commitment that turned into 10 years and stepped down about a year ago. And I was called back for this special mission because I was part of the original group that brought on a part-time coordinator, and have been part of many discussions over the years as to why we think a full-time coordinator would be appropriate.
Thank you. Claire?
Claire Reynolds, also a former EDC member, and I learned everything that I know about the EDC from Julie. So I didn't put in as long of a time as Julie has, but I'm here also to speak in support of the EDC full-time person.
Okay, so the select board has already taken a preliminary vote to support the position being full-time, so 5-0. The advisory committee has not taken a position nor have discussed it. So that's why we wanted, you guys to talk about this position, why it's important to you while they were here, so they can start thinking about the position they're going to take at town meeting. So Michael, turn it as far as who you want to talk. You may want to turn it over to anybody else. We've also got Leah Emerson in the audience, who is the current part-time EDC coordinator. So she's here too for questions that people may have. So Michael, who do you want to?
yeah, maybe Julie, if you wouldn't mind just giving a little bit of a history of where we started and where we're at now.
Sure. And I'll do my best from memory without the benefit of notes here. But the EDC was started in 2013. And I want to say it took about 3 years of operation. I think it was 2016, where we were awarded a part-time EDC coordinator, 19 and a half hours a week. We had, we've gone, I think we went through 3. I think only 2 were official employees and 1 was a contract employee. Claire can correct me if I'm wrong. All were wonderful assets. All we had great relationships. We only just seemed to be able to drive them out of town because 1 moved to North Carolina and 1 moved to Tokyo. So both are great. And now we have Leah, who is our 4th part-time coordinator. What we have found consistently is that they've all had much more work to do than was allotted in the 19 and a half hours. A lot of the work of the EDC is relationship building, community building, getting out, speaking and meeting with the businesses in town. We've always had a robust list of things we've wanted to do and not enough time to do it. We've recognized some of, the original mission of the Economic Development Committee was to stabilize the residential tax base by making sure that we had a robust and healthy business community that served as both part of the tax base, but also to provide services, jobs, amenities for our residents. And that's been that's been the mission. And as part of that, we've sort of identified the roadblocks to that. Some of them being the infrastructure in town, particularly zoning issues in town. And as you all know, we've worked really hard to make some zoning changes in the downtown area. And I'm a very, very firm believer that that similar work is really vital to happen on Route 9 in particular, as well as in other areas of town. That takes a huge amount of effort. I also, part of the infrastructure issues, as everybody is aware, is wastewater management. There are opportunities for that. We've spent a lot of time investigating how other towns and communities who have older infrastructure have been able to bring wastewater management into town. All these things take obviously time and money. And one thing that we've been had some really good success with over the past years has been getting some grant money to do some of these projects. It allowed us to hire a consultant that helped us to get the zoning downtown done. It allowed us to investigate infrastructure issues as far as wastewater management. And there, you have the number, I believe, is we over about 4 years period, I believe, we brought in $323,000 in grant funding. So we think that's pretty significant. And we know that there's a lot more money available. There's still money available through federal and state programs, through the infrastructure bills. That window's not going to be open forever. And Claire in particular has made really incredible efforts to secure some of these grants, to follow some of these grants. These grants also take a lot of collaboration with other boards and committees. And again, that's something that takes time. And Leah does not have the time to do all of that work. So I really think that we've been able to show a return on investment. Our peer communities all have full-time economic development coordinators. And, I think that it's something that we're falling behind. We've been saying this for years. We're continuing to fall behind as we face increased, year over year increased taxes. I know you all have your ear to the ground in town, and that's what you hear complaints of a lot. We have some big projects coming up that many people in town want to support, particularly the Neary School, but there is a lot of concern about the cost. We got to get back to the basics of balancing out the residential tax burden. And I think that this is one of the many pieces that is required to do that.
Thank you, Julie. Claire?
Go ahead. Just
Oh,
talk
okay.
about some.
Can you hand this to Al and have him pass it down? While the one sheet of paper is going around, what I want to do is make sure that everybody understands the finance of the EDC, because there is a lot of misconception There are things that I've heard during meetings about the EDC, and it's just not understood totally in terms of what it does. So what I put together was the amount of money over the last 9 years. So if you look at the first column that you're looking at, there's a particular fiscal year and how much was requested or approved, so to speak, at town meeting. The actual column is what was actually spent by the EDC. Now, you'll notice that it fluctuates. One year we didn't really have a coordinator. We had like a coordinator for about a half a year, and I think that was the time when Marika moved. So what I did was I listed the amount of money that was actually returned, because if you just look at how much was allocated, it doesn't give you a true picture. So that's what the returned amount was. Now, the key thing to realize with this is that in the actual column, as listed further down, the EDC was the committee that was funding these grants. Two of the grants that I was involved with required a 25% match. So on the first $50,000 grant that was awarded, that was 12.5, which came from the EDC budget. And this was a combination, as Julie mentioned, it paid for a zoning consultant, a lawyer, and everybody that you needed to get the zoning passed for the downtown district. Last one, which was the Route 9 business corridor, which was the wastewater, was a $45,000 grant. And that was actually overmatched, which was using money for a second study to follow on the study when we came in under budget. The grant was for $45,000. It came in under budget at $30,000. The state was kind of like Amazon, they didn't want you to return the money because it was more difficult. So in the letter that I sent to them, I said, I would be remiss if I didn't say, if we can keep the money and extend the time of the grant, we will have a better product. And that's exactly what we got. And that is the latest, the action plan. All these documents are completed. So the point that I'm trying to make is that in the actuals, that is the grant funding. At some point in time, it would be money that could be funded out of the consulting money from other budgets if we were doing it together, because they're budgets, they're grants that satisfy everybody. So that's just a brief summary of what has happened over the last 9 years, the grant awards. And then if you look at the actuals and the awards, the money is definitely there. It's the old, it takes money to make money.
Does everyone agree that one of the jobs of, if we make this 40 hours, is to continue to pursue grants as much as possible, that will continue to be part of that job, looking for grants, trying to get the grants, et cetera? I mean, you see this, you made money. You actually cost less than what the grants are. And what department does that, right? I don't think there's anyone. Is there any doubt in your mind that Leah can spend easily 40 hours on doing what she wants to do, that she will have no trouble filling out that 40 hours doing the things that we all need? We know needs to be done. We need more business in this town. We're losing businesses. Who we lost this summer? Tomaso's closed. Bowler Engineering gone to Westboro. The nicest two I tell you off the top of my head. There could be more.
Kaz left to go to Marlboro.
Who did?
Kaz, 250 Turnpike.
Yep. So, I mean, we are just bleeding businesses. We've got, I really think it's an emergency. We've now got an 85% residential tax base. It's gone up from 80 to 85 the last few years. Some of it's COVID related, but the entire tax burden is pretty much falling on houses. We need to expand that base so that we can spread it out over a bigger tax base. I mean, you know, you hear split tax rate. Split tax rate's not going to accomplish that. We've got to get more businesses that want to come here that we then can spread that denominator out more. So I wanted to do this for a long time. Select board has been split. So we didn't get it done. So I think now we've really got to bring it forth to town meeting, let town meeting decide, but I think make a robust case that we have really got to do something to try to retain the business we have and bring in new, good, quality businesses into this town.
I just want to add, I thank you, Kathy. I obviously completely agree. And I do think you're right. We're at an emergency. We're not going to get town support for the projects that are really important to us, like the school and lots of other things, community center, senior center, all that stuff that we want to do. It's going to be a really, really tough sell for people who have already carried such a burden that seems to only increase every year. So I agree that it's an emergency. I think, you know, in conjunction with this role, the primary part of that is that we really need to revitalize zoning, because the reason businesses aren't here is because it's very, very difficult to come here. And the reason businesses aren't here is because our zoning infrastructure is not set up for any sort of modern business scheme. There's no mixed use available. There's no by right available. One of the businesses that we lost this year, Stronger Uprising, is a gym that was on Route 9 downtown. I happen to be a member, and they wanted to stay in Southborough. Their base of customers and clients are in Southborough, and they, you know, Leah was phenomenal. She did everything she could to work with them. They came to the town, and there was, it's not that there weren't options available. It was that every option was too difficult. And by comparison, they literally thought they were going to have to fold, and it was two young guys, diverse business, you know, very successful, great resource and amenity for the town. Lots of people who worked here use them. Lots of people who live here use them. They went to Westboro and got in 2 weeks. 2 weeks, just, you know, right on the Southborough border. So luckily they were able to keep a lot of their client base, but that's the difference. That nothing could be starker than that. It would have taken them 6 months to open a business here in Southborough.
Olympus left my building and then one next door and went to Westboro. You know, they got a tip deal with Westboro, and they left, so they're gone. They're not coming back. Okay, so Karen, Michael, do you guys want to add anything? I wanted to hear from these two because of their long history with EDC. But please, you guys are the current members of EDC. Do you want to add anything before the board
Sure.
asks some questions here?
Sure. I just, I look at this as, obviously all the things that have been stated. I agree with, and the big thing is, increasing the competitiveness of the town and from a commercial standpoint. And then also, what we can do and so the town looks at EDC as an asset. I think that's that's a problem right now, that we need to market ourselves better in that way. And doing that is actually doing the work. And that's part of that is going to the businesses. Takes a lot of time, going to each individual business, the coordinator, but also members, making the relationships with these businesses. So they say, oh, there's somebody here that's supporting us, that our existing business. Also, if we want to move, if somebody else wants to come in. I mean, for me, the biggest success stories I ever hear is when businesses contact us, and then like Leah gets involved and she goes and scouts all the places that they could potentially go based upon the zoning, and sometimes arcane way zoning is set up and just what would be the best fit. And then, if we get a success story out of that, but that's a lot of work. There's a lot of work to know all that information, but that's a resource that we need to use as a town to really help that. And then we need to be marketing that, the things that we're doing, the things that economic development continues doing. I mean, the numbers speak for themselves. Obviously, we can pursue more grant opportunities. I'm a little bit concerned about, having even enough resources to actually fully support the grant process. Certainly more hours is gonna help there for sure. Yeah, so I mean, there's so much more. I mean, there's so much more work that can be done to be truly more effective, and then the town to look at us like, wow, that's really, we're really supporting the town. We're really driving competitiveness for the town to really spread it out the taxes, around to the residents. So.
That's great. So Andrew, you want to explain to especially advisory what we're trying to do with One Stop for this next year?
Yeah, so as part of our kind of annual goal setting exercise for the fiscal year, one of the goals that we selected, I think it's also one of the goals for Mark, for his year as, as town administrator is to submit a successful application for a one-stop grant that's focused on Route 9 zoning. And I know we had I went to the planning board along with Sam or Kathy a couple months ago to just let them know that we were pursuing this. And I think we were able to get some kind of at least conceptual buy-in from them about this is something that makes sense. I know that a statistic that I've been following, right, is the ratio of our commercial tax base relative to residential, and it's just been ticking in the wrong direction year after year after year. It contributes to the annual increase in residential tax burden. I think I feel like people are coming around to the idea that we need to do something with this. So this is all a way where I've had conversations with Lee about it. Lee is going to be a real resources in coordinating this. And, it's going to take time. I know one thing that Marika did, and we started getting some momentum on a couple of years ago, was having kind of a regular series of meetings with select board and planning board members with local businesses. And I feel like if we made this a full-time position, we'd be able to, pursue both of those things at once, have a regular cycle of the business meetings while also pursuing some of these longer initiatives. It's always been a very awkward situation of this 19 and a half hours. Basically when Marika was here, everything I've heard was that she was working full-time, but just not getting paid for it. I think it's only fair that we have someone who's really committed to the position, is going to put in those hours, that we pay them for that. And I think of it as an investment. I know that some people ask, well, have we done the study that's going to show scientifically that if we spend this additional $50,000 to bring it up to a full-time position, that we're going to see a return in commercial tax revenue to increase that? No, we can never have a study that proves that exactly, but I think just common sense shows that what we've been doing, which is really little or nothing, isn't working, and that you see an exodus of businesses. And if we put in a little more effort and had one person whose primary responsibility day to day was to follow this issue, that we would make some progress.
Okay, so Marguerite.
If I could just say one thing in addition to what Andrew said, Mark gave me a number today of the meals tax deficit that we now have, which is considerable since.
So what tax deficit?
The meals tax.
How much less money we're getting from meals taxes now than we had in the past?
Well, I actually gave you the number for the full meals tax. I didn't give you an estimate on what we lost with Tomaso. I simply was just trying to illustrate the point that that's really a double whammy. We've lost a business, but we've also lost some revenue that we help to fund, the rest of our operation.
Yep.
So.
Yep. So absolute consequence of Tomaso's leaving. So that's good. Anything else, Marguerite? Al?
There's no question we have a crisis on our hands. I moved to town some 28 years ago. And, at that point, we had a much healthier commercial base. And, I got my surprise today when I opened my new tax bill, like I suspect many of you have. And, my taxes jumped from the 13s to the 15s, never stopped in the 14s. And, we have a lot of senior citizens in town, and we are inflicting significant pain on that population. And we have our wants, I think, exceed our grasp. We're going to talk a little bit more about that in a few minutes, I think. But we need to rebuild our commercial base. And I don't think that's something we do in a year or two or three. And I think we absolutely have to address the zoning issue. And it needs to be essentially a clean sheet of paper and brought into the 21st century, because we can't continue to just be dealing with, this a 1960s version of zoning. And I think we need to make Southborough an easier place to do business. And I think that means extending by right options for a lot more businesses and a lot more types of business, because we're sitting here at the intersection of 495 and the Mass Pike and Route 9, and we can't attract businesses to come to Southborough. We don't have a grocery store. We don't have a hardware store. We're losing restaurants. We don't have entertainment venues. We have an industrial park that's empty. So, we got to stop doing what we're doing because it ain't working.
Sam?
Yeah, I just reinforce a couple of prior comments. I mean, I look at it in fairly simple terms. I think we've got a significant long-term problem in terms of tax base. And unless we can fix that, we're headed toward continued fiscal pressure in ways that are going to create a lot of pain for many people in town, including seniors who are on fixed incomes, as a matter of fact. And so I think as I look at the resource we have, the primary resource for fixing that is Route 9. And the question is, what can we do with Route 9? And as we've talked, zoning is one key element, and I don't think we can downplay wastewater either. Those two things, I think, are necessary to actually promote significant business growth along Route 9. And there are things that we've actually been talking about on the wastewater side. That's not a near-term solution either. But I think I see the EDC coordinator hours increase as sort of a stopgap in some sense to say, as we work on these other things, and we'll keep pushing on them hard, I think we need to keep doing all we can with what we have now to attract and retain businesses. And I think there are a variety of things that we can do that more hours will help us do. So to me, again, as much as I loathe increasing tax rates, there are things I think that you just have to do to protect long-term interests of the town. And this is one of them in my book. So I support this.
Andrew, anything else you want to add?
No.
Okay. So Leah, I know this is probably a little awkward. We're talking about your position, increasing it, but do you want to add something to what you've heard tonight?
Well, I really appreciate all of the input from my current members as well as former members, Claire and Julie. Thank you so much for coming out to support this. My experience in doing the job underscores everything that has been stated thus far, both from the select board as well as my committee, based on direct experience. And, there's really never enough hours in the week. My week varies from week to week. One week is never quite the same as the next. There's a lot of things that need to be done in the interest of relationship building, but that's also getting current with our local organizations and our regional planning agency, MAPC, as well as 495 Metro West, that does a lot of great advocacy work and showing up for these things on behalf of Southborough and being a presence, both locally and regionally. And, all of these things take time. And I can't really stress that enough. I'm more than willing to do the work, but I do bump up against those 19 and a half hours more often than not. And I would really like to be able to do more to help the town. And so I recognize what the issues are. I see where, we could put in some work to get the collaboration and the coordination that we need, both on funding opportunities through grant pursuits, as well as, working with other boards and committees so that we all get kind of going in the same direction and finding where we have these common interests. I think that's really where to start.
Thank you, Leah. So I just want to say, I agree with what Al said. This is not going to be a year, and we've got the problem solved. This is a slug. We're going to have to work hard, one business at a time, but, maybe start with the corner of Newton Street and Main Street. So we just got to try. We can't throw our hands up and give up. And I will say this, every time I've been part of our select board office hours, Leah's always there. So she makes sure she comes, and she is very good at what she does. So I think she's the right person for this too. So I am in full support of making this change at special town meetings so it can be effective immediately. Okay, go ahead, Julie.
Sorry, just one more thing. And I really appreciate everybody's position here. I think it's really important. I've been saying for a long time that we really need leadership, on economic issues, and it's great to see a board that's unanimously in support of it. That's not something I remember from my tenure, so that's great. I think that, a bit of the elephant in the room here is that zoning changes require support of the planning board and collaboration of the two committees, because Leah's phenomenal. Leah and the EDC don't have any authority to make those changes, right? So we really, it's going to take a collaborative effort. I think that Leah could be a connector. I think she can help do the work of bringing people together to talk about these kind of things. But frankly, you're right, we're in a crisis situation, but without the full support and dedication of the planning board to actually do zoning work, real zoning work on Route 9 specifically, nothing's going to change. And we're going to be back here in 5 years in the same position, because no amount of little one-on-ones and meetings or connections with local businesses are going to fix the problem. It's really zoning and infrastructure that's going to fix it. And we need planning's undivided full support on that.
So we agree with you, and we will do our part to try to encourage the participation, full-throated participation. And that's what we started when Andrew went to planning board. That was the reason to get them involved in the one-stop grant, and they absolutely unanimously agreed to do that. So it was a good meeting. So it was a start, right? So we hear you. Okay.
60-second success story.
Well, hold on a second. So Karen hasn't had a chance to say anything. Karen, do you want to add anything before Claire goes again? You okay? All right. Okay, go ahead, Claire.
Okay, so you brought up the thing about the tax space, all right? All of that vacant office space that is along Route 9 is not going to be filled with other offices. We all understand that. So one of the ones, I don't know if everybody knows about that, is I can't think of his first name, his last name is Walker, that bought
Jeff
the
Walker.
building, yeah, and finally was able to get approval for an adult daycare there. What a great use of the space. Leah could spend 3 hours a week tracking why we have lost businesses, what new businesses are going into other areas, into office buildings in other towns, and try to learn from that. And that's how you attract other business to come in, so that you can get it done. Move Strong got it done in 2 weeks. I don't know what the situation was here. We won't, discuss that, but it has to be easy. And Mr. Walker would be a great person to interview, to say, how do you think, as a person who's just bought a building here in Southborough and then wanted to put a different use in there, how do you think that went? One other thing for the seniors who want to downsize and who want to stay in the town and want to afford it, okay? You need that type of housing for them. You also need the associated amenities that go along with it. There's your revenue. They've done it in Sudbury. They've done it in Wellesley, putting these places in where you have all of the, not the big grocery stores, but they have the little specialty shops. That's what we don't have here and would bring in revenue.
That requires mixed use zoning.
So, I don't want to get told what I'm going to say, but this is a true story. Today, Patty Fiore had given me some really great tomatoes over the weekend, and I wanted to make a BLT, right? So I was at my office on Route 9, and I didn't have lettuce at home. I went all the way to Stop and Shop to get it, because I don't know where to get a head of lettuce in this town. I'm sure there's probably a place, but I wasn't sure where it was. So I thought, I'm just going to go Stop and Shop to
Should
make
have
sure.
visited Patty's garden. You could have.
Well, I wouldn't. But we used to have Capassos, right? We went to Capassos for that kind of stuff. We English Garden's gone. Curtis is gone. So anyway, I miss those, family-owned businesses that maybe they cost a little more than Lowe's and Home Depot, but they were worth going to. So anyway, all right. Okay, we want to get advisory involved. Advisory needs to have their chance to talk to this group, and then we'll bring in the public. So Andrew, you want to?
Want us to go back?
You're good. Okay, we'll just rotate it. So I'll speak first, and then I'll hand it over. maybe Larry, if you want to talk, and the rest of us in the room. So I mean, this is something I was thinking about the other day. I'm supportive of the hours, but I think what a lot of people talked about is return on investment, and it takes money to make money. But I think we also need to be cognizant of the budget issues we have. So my recommendation is we do move forward with this. We need to keep an eye on it, maybe for a few years, and we reevaluate, try to make sure that we're not putting good money after bad, right? If we're still headed in the wrong direction, then maybe a coordinator position isn't the right type of solution. Maybe there's other solutions, right? But I don't want to I don't like to blanket add more hours or add positions without understanding an end goal, right? So I think, working to understand what does a success of a full-time position look like? We save some businesses, whatever the metric may be. Probably not easy to have a metric, but just to have even anecdotal stories and show that we're heading in the right direction, and then revisit it in a few years. But that's my take. Larry, you have anything you want to say?
No, actually, I agree with that position completely. I'm in favor of the hours. I do believe that we need some metrics to go along with it, and we ought to be looking at those on a regular basis to ensure that we're actually getting what we want to get. But clearly we have a problem that needs to be solved, and this seems like a good first step towards getting there.
IEDC. Howard and I may have similar comments, but one of mine is I think that for a full-time coordinator, and a lot of this work might happen behind the scenes, but we certainly don't see it, I think, a lot of the time. So you guys are going to have to be more visible for the town to really get behind you. As an example, planning board meetings, I'm a bit of a town meeting junkie, so I attend most of them. And I would say that I have not seen the EDC or the coordinator at those meetings advocating for businesses in real time. As an example, when the car condos were presenting to the planning board, they had a wonderful proposal. It was beautiful. I'd seen nothing as seamless as that come through. But one of the arguments was that should the car condo complex close at 8:30? Imagine buying into a car condo complex where you had to not get your car, or you had to get it in and out by 8:30 at night. That would have been a perfect EDC. I am going to be here advocating for these businesses that this is a problem. You cannot have a business where you expect a right turn on Route 9 to end at 8:30. So I would just offer that to the EDC, as more visibility would probably be very good.
That's a great example, Marcy.
And that could be something in the excess of 19 and a half hours in terms of time to do this.
That would help, right? If she had the time to go to the planning board meetings.
Hi. I think we all have similar thoughts that we're supportive of this. My comment is I think the EDC has a PR problem. You need to get out, and what we've heard tonight is the most positive thing I've heard about it, except businesses are leaving. You have a strong problem of what you do. And when you go to a town meeting asking for funds, if everyone just has a negative opinion that it's done nothing, that's what you're going to get. You need to find a way, and besides doing all the work you're doing, is make it known, to go to My Southborough or something and make sure that people know what you're doing. That also gets you help. Because you're right, I've been talking about, wastewater on Route 9 I've been here 10 years, so probably 9 of them. We need to do something about that. We can talk about where mixed use should be or not, but you need to solve that PR problem as well.
I think maybe Julie remembers this. I think there was a newsletter at one point years ago, wasn't there? For a brief time, at least.
Yes, and again, it's been, we did, and I know that, Leah's been very active on social media, trying to revitalize that, but we used to do, I think, a monthly letter that we would publish on My Southborough. We used to do interviews with local businesses, and we used to host meetings at different businesses. So we would maybe get a tour of the business, speak with the owners, and have our regular monthly meeting. Part of the problem is there's been a lot of turnover in the last couple of years. I know Leah and this crew here are working really hard to kind of get things back online, but they're sort of in a hole, right? Because we were without a coordinator for a long time at a time that I stepped down, a few other people stepped down too, who sort of had that institutional knowledge. And it takes a while to get there. There's so many pieces, both, just the EDC piece, but also just sort of how town stuff works if you're not used to being on a committee. So, so it takes a little while to get up to speed, and they sort of started with a deficit, and now, we have several open positions and not a lot of institutional knowledge on the current committee. So, but ramping that up will help allow us to, or them to start doing some of those more public facing things again. And again, once we can have more resources of hopefully Leah's time, then they can do more things like that. We used to host events for brokers. We used to host a quarterly brokers breakfast to meet with local brokers and figure out, okay, what spaces what commercial spaces are available, and how do we make ties to begin to fill some of them.
Good.
So those are, we've got a playbook of things we can do if we have got the resources to do
You
it.
might think about adding to the list. We're talking with Southborough Access Media about enhancing some of their programming.
Yep.
So that could be a resource to, again, get the word out, interview with Leah, for example,
Yep.
there, or with businesses, et cetera, to, again, do some of the PR work that I think could be very helpful.
We suggested every new business should have a slot on Southborough Access Media when they first come here. So how many slots need to be filled on EDC right now?
We recently reduced the numbers from 7 to 5.
Okay, and how many do you have?
2 open.
All right, so we've all got to help this. I mean, this is on everybody to try to get these slots filled and maybe find some people, maybe drag some people back from the past. I don't know. So
Retirement.
yeah, you know what I'm looking at.
Well, I think, to Howard's point, there's been a PR problem that, we could, unpack that for forever. I'm not going to do that right now, but,
Yeah.
I think there was as I mentioned many times, I would so appreciate the support of this board, because in the past, I don't feel like we've always had that. And being a committee that had no actual power to do anything, and also not feeling supported by the boards and committees that did have the power to do something, became very demoralizing. And I think when we tried a couple of years ago to bring this position full-time, making all these same arguments, it wasn't well received. And, so it's sort of, perception comes from the top. And so when we weren't being perceived well, when we were being, things that weren't very nice were being said, our members were being treated poorly when they went to certain boards and committees, that, that helps make a negative public perception, which then makes demoralizing and makes people not want to join and participate. So, there's a lot of frustration, I think, that was going on. And I'm hoping that with positive support from this committee and hopefully others, that we can sort of get back to our heyday where we were and be more effective.
I agree.
I think things just take time, right? From my experience, and that I'm optimistic based on what I've heard that we'll be able to get this done this year. I mean, I think what you're talking about is 2 boards ago, Sam and I worked on this support for a new position, which would be both EDC coordinator and a grant coordinator. And we made some progress, but ultimately, I don't remember.
Didn't get supported.
Yeah, it didn't get support for, the select board was split. I think the advisory committee was split too. Personnel board didn't like the job description. People found it too complicated to have that type of a hybrid position. And actually, a lot of the feedback we got was, well, why don't you just increase the hours for the EDC coordinator position?
And here we are.
So here we are.
Andrew definitely was trying to recruit for EDC recently when he was campaigning. I was up at transfer station when he was there, and believe me, he was working really hard on a local businessman to do it. So I don't think he's given up on him yet. So we just got to do more. I mean, we can find people. We just got to do it. It's part of our job. So
We have Kathy, we have Adam and Tim in the audience. I don't
Yeah.
know if they want to say.
yeah. So Barry, you want to go next?
Yeah, I was just going to raise the issue about what happened 2 years ago. And being on the personnel board, we were one of the boards that had a negative reaction to what was being proposed. But the idea, I thought at the time, was there wasn't enough work necessarily for someone to do the EDC position full time. That's why you were introducing the grant writing part, so the person would fill up the time. now what I'm hearing is we need someone doing the EDC full-time. Yes, there's a grant writing component of that. So has something changed, or is it just we're trying to do this in a way that we can get it through where people can support it?
So I think that, and I remember being at that meeting where we presented this to the personnel board, and I don't remember us ever conveying that there wasn't enough hours outside of grant writing. I think there have always been enough hours outside of grant writing for somebody to be successful at this position. When we look at all our peer towns, nobody else has a part-time coordinator, they all full-time coordinators. I think the reason for the sort of hybrid position, which I understand caused a little bit of confusion, was that we were sort of at a grant writing role at that point. We had just had a lot of success. It was at the point post-COVID when there was a lot of federal and state grant money available for different projects that we thought were good fits. But where we were struggling, and where I think that we've always struggled, is collaboration with other boards and committees that needed buy-in, particularly One Stop. So I'm happy to hear that there's been more collaboration on that. I know you guys have been getting involved in that more for a while now. But so I think the thought was if at the time, if that position spent half their time just focused on EDC and half their time focused on grant writing, that wasn't necessarily EDC specific, because there was so much overlap with other boards and committees. You know, we don't work in a silo. Economic development is not a silo. So I think it was sort of a creative approach that obviously was not successful, but that was the thinking at the time. I don't think the climate has changed that much. I think, you know, it just is a simpler approach maybe to have one full-time position that is EDC and have that person just work really hard to try to collaborate with other boards and committees. I know at the time, the prior coordinator was very frustrated because she was trying to do things like the One Stop grant that certainly required buy-in from other boards and committees and personnel in town. She wasn't getting responses from anybody. So she wasn't able to put forth a lot of the projects, and she was very hardworking, very smart, very creative. But she wasn't able to bring those to fruition because she wasn't getting responses from other boards and committees. And as the EDC, we're sort of, you know, we're not elected, we don't have power to do anything other than advise the select board. So
Barry, the other thing too, the select board was split. And so those that were for this were trying to figure out a way to bring the others who weren't for along. And with that, we dangled the grant out there when they can do grants. So one, because I didn't think EDC didn't need the hours to do it. I think they could use 3 people. So it wasn't that, it was just, we were trying to find a way to get full support from the select board. So, and it didn't work.
The other thing too is, subsequent to that time, there really has been a lot of changes. The state has put together, they've refined the plan of how to give out grant money, and they've made it so much easier. There's a whole process that they've put together. It's painting by the numbers. And that in order, it's not just the Route 9 corridor in zoning, it's not just wastewater, it's, you know, money for cleanup, for like Breakneck Hill. I don't know if they used a grant for that or not, but they're all things that are related to how you can bring better economics into Southborough.
Thank you.
Adam?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I don't want to repeat a lot of what people have already said, because I think it's been a good discussion, and I don't necessarily have anything new to add to it, other than I did want to just state I'm in full support of this. The town certainly needs it. Back when we had the discussion last year, I was in support of it without the grant writing portion added to the role. I think there's more than enough that this person can do, and we need someone desperately in this role. So I wholeheartedly support it.
Thank you, Adam. I don't see Tim. Is Tim still
Tim's
here?
in the audience, but not on the panel.
Vanessa, can you bring over,
He just,
assuming Tim Martell wants to come over, there he is.
yep.
Hey, Tim,
Hello. How's everybody doing tonight?
we're doing well.
Much like Adam, I don't have a lot to add to the conversation. I'm generally supportive.
Short and sweet, thank you.
Yeah.
Andrew, anything else advisory wants to add? on this? Okay, all right. Anything anybody else wants to add? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Okay, we got one person in the virtual audience, so.
Not sure who it is. It says Al.
Well, we know which Al it's not.
Well, hello, Alan Belmiak, 5 Boswell Lane.
Oh, hi, Al.
I didn't, I
Okay.
joined from my phone in a hurry and forgot what I last signed in with Zoom as, so my apologies. I too am not going to belabor much of the conversation. I do just want to underscore a couple points and I'll be very brief. As a former EDC member and former vice chair, I was very supportive of this role and helped, all of us helped to kind of go support to get this to be a full-time role or 2 half-time roles or hybrid role, whatever you want to call it. Because I and others feel like it's necessary. And I still believe that. And I'm very supportive of Leah in this role. My conversations with Marika when she had this role was easily more than 19 and a half hours. She put in more than 19 and a half hours and only obviously could get paid for that and could easily have filled up more than 19 and a half hours. So I have no doubt there's plenty of work to go around and whoever steps in this role would easily fill the 40. The last point I want to make too is the phrase ROI was mentioned, and I just think it's really interesting that if you look at the amount of dollars that were brought in for grants, easily eclipses the small increase in the salary that requires to this role. So, in a tongue-in-cheek kind of way, this role will pay for itself several times over. So, I just wanted to add that I'm supportive of this, and it's been a good discussion. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't recognize you.
It's quite all right. Thank you.
All right, so select board, do we want to reiterate or vote for support of this article? We don't have the numbers in it yet, right? We do? Okay, sorry.
Right now we do.
Okay, all right, so numbers, so the article's ready to go, right?
Yep. It's Article 16 in the current draft.
All right, so do we want to go ahead and vote on Article 16 while it is fresh on our minds?
With the
again?
caveat that the numbers are going to change a lot.
Yeah.
The ordering of the articles.
Right, so we're voting on this article regardless of where it ends up on the warrant. Everybody agree?
I'm ready.
And so Andrew, you want to make the motion?
I want, I'll move that the select board, support Article 16 as written in the warrant.
Change number.
So
Well,
describe the article, Al, say what it is.
The article to increase the funding for the Economic Development Coordinator, currently Article 16 of the copy we're looking at.
Second.
All in favor?
I got one question before we have to have
Okay.
discussion first.
Discussion, sorry.
So the one question I have is the 27,929, does that include benefits?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay,
It says it, right?
now I'm ready.
Okay, all right, so now we'll vote again. All in favor? 5-0. Thank you very much. Andrew, when are you guys going to do your votes?
I don't know. Okay, we'll take a vote now.
Okay, so go ahead.
Advisory committee, vote to support Article 16. I guess with the dollar amount to be amended in the warrant? Or is the dollar amount correct?
It's
With the dollar amount.
We
that's
think
in the
it's
warrant?
correct. Yeah, the article number may change, but
All right. Seconded by Howard. I guess we'll do a roll call vote. Any discussion? But I'll start with you, Larry.
Aye.
Tim,
Aye.
Adam,
Aye.
Barry, Marcy, Howard, Andrew is aye. That is a 7-0 vote. Thank you.
Thank you guys very much. Julie?
Everybody.
It's a new day. My gosh, you got a unanimous vote from both of these, so, okay, go home and be happy.
No, I do better when I'm not on it, apparently. Thank
So
you.
Michael, welcome to your role, and Karen, always good to see you. I see her.
Appreciate it.
We do a lot of things together. Claire, thank you.
Thank you all for the opportunity. I've noted everything that's been discussed and I will absolutely take it to heart. So thank you.
Leah, thank you for zooming in tonight. We'll talk. So we're going to take a 5-minute recess, then pick up the warrant. tonight. Everybody's got it, should have a clean copy of what was printed this afternoon. So this is current. So we've got 19 potential articles. There's a 20th, there's another citizen petition that's coming from Joe Palmer, so 20 potential ones. So I'm going to run through these pretty fast, especially ones that I think are pretty perfunctory and administrative and shouldn't give anybody much pause. I'll explain what I think needs to be explained and keep going. And anybody's got a question, just raise your hand. Okay. So these are the perfunctory ones. Okay. And these are the ones too that are probably candidates for the consent agenda. So I'm going to talk about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And where's my other one? Third, and 19. Okay. So 1, amend personal salary administration plan. Well, Barry, we probably should have you do this one. So this one's simple. There's not much to it. This is what's happening. We're adding a position of DPW laborer. We are adding the health director. The previous health director was a contractor. So now this is an employee health director. We're adding health agent. We are changing Schedule C to say seasonal personnel. We are adding the position of intern under Schedule C. And we are putting an asterisk next to each one of those positions that denotes that it is fee-based, meaning that it's paid out of the fees collected for the programs that they are working in. And we're also saying that the intern position is effective October 1st, 2024, so people can start taking advantage of that immediately. And that's it. Barry, you want to make any comments given?
Kathy, can I make a comment there?
Yeah.
Is that a typo in the title? Shouldn't it be personnel?
Yeah, it should. I just saw that.
Versus personal?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. That may be the first of many mistakes you find from me tonight.
Yeah.
Probably the
Good to
last.
catch them now.
Marguerite, you missed that one? Such a job. So Barry, you want to make any comment on this one?
No, I think they all make sense. Obviously, we would never approve them if they didn't.
Yeah.
But, I think there's good reason for all the changes.
Okay. Anybody else? Howard?
The number of interns, one, or is every department?
There's no number, right? Vanessa, it's just a position that's being added. So it's not like we're adding.
It's a classification. I think one of the issues, and specifically, I think Youth and Family Services, they want to have part-time, intern positions. And a lot of the staff in Youth and Family Services have come up through, paid interns and that. And we've never really had anything formal. And, I think it's good to have that designation so other departments, can take advantage of that, especially, if we're trying to find people and we want to, bring people in and start to groom them into the position. It's good to have that. No, it has it's the same as going through Personnel Board.
Sorry.
Hey, Mark, I add one comment there. Youth and Family has actually traditionally used unpaid interns, and there have been a reasonable supply of them. Recently, that market has gotten hugely more competitive, so they've had to think about paying a small stipend to the interns, and this gives them the flexibility, I think, through the normal personnel process to do that.
Yeah, so you had talked about this previously, Sam, as to whether we can do some type of, I think you may have, honorarium or something along those lines to try to get around, is there a way for us to do this that may not specifically, so I think this is just a more direct approach to correct this, give us the ability to do it.
It's relatively low cost, very effective.
I was going to say it's cheap labor.
That feeds employment in that department historically, which is great.
All right, enough of that one.
30 of them is no longer cheap. That's my.
No.
Okay, well, this doesn't talk about number. It still has to go through budget. process.
We'd still have to go through the budget process. That's
still going to be a
would
funding
have to be-
source.
This just gives you the ability to do it if you want to do it. Okay, anybody else on this one?
I think
So can everybody watch what's going on behind me as far as whether Adam or Tim have their hands up on anything or say anything? Okay, next one,
Yeah.
pilot commit.
Just making sure that we update the summary to reflect the actual changes, or if they can be redlined or something.
They are going to hand out a red line version, as what Vanessa has told us tonight.
You will notice though, in a lot of these, we don't, we're lacking, we're summary deficient.
Yeah.
So we need to put some of those together. And those are still some of the things that need to be filled out. I've asked for assistance. Anybody who wants to offer summaries up for consideration, I appreciate that.
Give you my advisory staff.
Yeah.
Ha, all right, moving on. This one is really easy.
Sitting next to you.
Okay, so you remember the town meeting that was at Algonquin, there was a citizens petition to add a pilot committee that was promoted by, or proposed by Patty Fiore. Got approved, got passed. We have a pilot committee. She, the chair, Patty is the chair, wants to reduce this committee from 7 to 5. For obvious reasons, we don't have 7 on the committee. So, okay, any questions on that one? All right. The next one,
Should
this
we-
is,
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Should we simply take
I
the
was going to
vote
have us
for-
vote on the first 6 all in one vote.
Okay.
Okay, but I'm just trying to
Fine,
speed it
we-
along here.
I want
Okay.
to have a discussion about 5, but it'll be brief.
Okay, that's Jim Haggerty's. Okay, all right. All right, so just in case, and let's just go ahead. So Andrea, I know you guys are going to vote later. We're just going to vote real quick, so we don't waste your time, right? So we, okay, so so Al, you make all the motions. Sam, you second them?
Okay.
Okay, so Al, go for the
So
first.
I move that the board support Articles 2, 3, and 4 as written in the draft of 827.
Second.
Well, wait a minute, what about 1? Oh, we did 1.
You didn't vote on it, though.
Oh,
We didn't vote, so we got to do 1 too.
okay. 1, 2, 3, and 4 as printed in the draft of 827.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Okay, so advisory that number 3 and 4, they don't exist anymore. So we're just trying to officially let them die. These committees haven't been around in like decades. So we're just trying to clean up the list of committees. So this is literally housekeeping on those 2, okay? Unless, that's right, if you want to revive the solid waste disposal committee, go for it.
There's 5
Okay.
if you want to volunteer.
Let's get EDC staff first. Okay. Al, you want to talk about the?
Yeah, the one question I have is, as you know, I love minutes. Is everything that's in this document required by state law?
No, I think.
Okay. Yeah, documents are a burden on committee members, or as minutes are a burden on committee members. And I want to make sure, I've talked to people who said they will not serve on a town committee because of the minutes. And people who I know we would like to have serve. So this is one of those things where, we shouldn't lard on any more process than is absolutely necessary. I'll have a conversation with Jim.
All right, so why don't you do that and come back to us? We won't
Yeah.
vote on that one tonight. Okay, and see.
I guess I understand, Al. I guess I think it's important to have a record of what happens at a committee meeting that people can go back to and refer to. I've had many instances where I've had to go back and confirm what was done. And frankly, there's a lot of information and documents that are discussed. So I realize it's a burden on people. On the other hand, I think for me, at least, that's a necessary component of the historical record of this stuff. So I think Jim's on the right track with this. I understand people can have a different view of that.
All right, so Al, you talk to Jim and come back and then we will vote, okay?
And I agree with you, Al. I think that like the used at the meeting, like discussed at the meeting, right? We say, refer to the Magna Carta. Do we have to produce a copy of the Magna Carta for the minute? So.
Right now we do.
It better be the original.
But somebody,
The issue is here that there were boards and committees in town who are handling important data, and they haven't done minutes or used their documents all the time. So this is not out of the blue.
Yeah.
This is in response to a plan.
and I think there's the difference of like us showing something on the screen and that being part of the minutes versus discussing, you know what I mean? I think that used at a meeting needs a very concrete definition. Because, we talked about things tonight that probably aren't going to be attached. Whatever was discussed at personnel board, yeah, that minute.
I don't know, we attach a lot of stuff to our minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I agree.
we shouldn't be reinventing state law.
Yeah, but if we're putting the budget document on the screen and we're sharing it and we're reviewing that individual document, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think the Historical Society has a copy of the Magna Carta. That should take care of that one.
Kevin's not listening. Okay, so numbers, can we move on?
Yep.
Number 6, this one's easy. It's got one of those words in it that probably comes from, old England or something. I don't know why you call it tailings. It's simply uncashed checks. So if we don't adopt this, that means that they get to go to the state and state treats it as unclaimed property. So this is the way for us to bring this back in income. These are owed checks that people never cashed. Probably small checks, people don't bother, right? So this is a way to basically void those checks and bring it back into to our income. So I don't know how you could disagree with.
Do we have any idea how much money is involved here?
No, but it's something. It is something. Yeah. Yeah, it's. Yeah. So, well, who knows? I say every little bit helps, Al. Every little bit helps.
Kathy, do we understand, because we have to do the reporting requirements like they do with, missingmoney.com. Is that going to be burdensome?
I actually think they don't have to do that anymore, that this is truly, we adopt this, it's all local. All he's got to do is literally after a period of time, basically void those checks, bring it back into income. So if he's got to do if he doesn't do that, I think that's when you start doing the reports. Okay.
All right, so,
In summary, Brian.
so I will move that we approve Article 6 as printed in the 817 draft.
Second.
All in favor? Okay, so Andrew, not passing this MGL means the town must follow Massachusetts unclaimed annual reporting guidelines whereby there's a 3-year waiting period and the funds transferred to the state, not the town. Okay, so I think this is good. I don't think there's anything that you can criticize with that. Okay, that one's done. Okay, the other one too that I think may be easy in consent is number 19. Okay, Barry, you'll appreciate this one. So by the way, Barry, Sam and I have met with Sam, and we're making progress. Let me just say that. They were supposed to come tonight, decided not to. Okay, so this one is, we have an agreement with Southborough Access Media to basically handle the use of our PEG funds we get from Verizon, Charter, and Comcast. The agreement is expired. Let me just say it that way. It's from like 2015. And so our legal counsel, Liz Leiden, who works on contracts, is in touch with Brian Green, who is an attorney also on the board of SAM, to basically, we've got to rewrite the contract, and we've got a lot of other things that we haven't been doing right as far as what state law says.
Right.
Now, the good news is the state law that we now having to comply with happened right after we did this agreement the last time. So there was nothing that was done wrong in 15 necessarily, but we just got to do it. We got to start all over basically. So this is a starting point, is the acceptance of this. You told us to do this first.
Yep. And we had to create basically a special revenue fund for the cable licensee fees to go into. And then we got other processes that we need to put in place to get that money to SAM, which we'll work on. But this is the first step. So essentially just accepting this paragraph in state law starts that process going, fairly straightforward process.
And we get about $180,000 right now from the 3 companies, by Verizon being the biggest one, and then Charter and a little bit from Comcast for those that live on the Framingham side.
English.
Okay.
PEG, what does that stand?
Public Educational Government.
Do we just use it all the way out the first time and then parens?
Absolutely. You get, make sure Mark does that. So I agree. Okay, so this should not be an issue either. This again is trying to get this back on track and do it right.
This doesn't obligate us to do anything at this point, but it sets the administrative structure in place for us.
And this is straight from town council. Do it.
So I move that we approve Article 19 as printed in the draft warrant of 827.
Second.
As amended.
Second.
All in favor? Okay, so we think it's possible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, if 6 stands, and 19 might be on Mr. Semino's consideration for a consent agenda.
5 is going to be on the consent agenda.
Well, I thought it may not be, given what Al said. So, it's Paul's call, Andrew. So this is just a guess.
Yeah, I'm just.
And it was important because we were trying to order these things in a certain way. If we thought there could be a consent, we were fine putting them first to get them out of the way real quick and then get to MBTA as fast as we can, given that's kind of the centerpiece of the meeting. Okay. All right. Next one is, so then once.
Mark, you just on 5, you have us as support at the bottom.
What, Andrew?
Couple where. Our support has already been given.
He pulled out the crystal ball and already said we're supporting.
Oh,
So I think your welcome is in order, you know?
No pressure.
We'll clean that up.
okay. So the first major article, substantive article is, as we know, the MBTA Communities Overlay District. So planning board's gonna come in front of us before town meeting. Do we want to wait till that happens, or do you want to
Yeah.
vote tonight? They're going to advisory too.
I'd like to hear what they have to say. I
Okay. All
support.
right,
the
so
first-
we know, I mean, we know what's in this. Okay, so we'll vote on that one later.
Yeah,
Okay.
We want to do a joint.
together, yeah.
It would save, I mean, we're running out of time. Okay, so if we want the votes in the warrant, which I've never been as wedded to as some people, as long as it's on the screen, we, get them in my South board ahead of time. It's gonna go to the printer on September 10th. Planning board meets on the 9th. That's why it's going on the 10th, because they've asked for some extra time. They're gonna make a change on the 9th when they meet. Then, we've got to quickly vote on the 10th. So we're planning a special meeting on the 10th to vote real quick so we can sign the warrant on the 10th. So it's my understanding that, when did she say she wanted to meet with you? She didn't say?
Before the 29th.
Okay, because you're right, you don't have to do this before, we can either, town meeting to vote, and wait. But it is going to the printer on the 10th with hopefully their final language. That's why we're waiting to let them try to get it final so they don't have to try to amend it when they first start.
I think the question I have is whether or not there are changes we would want to see in the document.
Okay, all right, so let's just hold on that one, right?
Yeah.
I would
Okay.
still like, not tonight necessarily, but I would still like to have a discussion on that. because-
Oh, we're going to.
I mean, like, I think.
You made it clear what.
I'm,
no,
I'm,
I know.
I'm usually pretty transparent, but you know where I stand.
I do. You made it clear Saturday night.
Just for 3 committees to meet together for the 9th.
Before the 9th?
For the 9th.
Boy, okay, it's gonna have to, because Labor Day is Monday. We're meeting on the 5th. Election Sunday.
No, just otherwise.
The 9th
We're
is,
gonna ask for changes, then we're gonna have to amend on the town meeting floor as opposed to getting them into the warrant.
okay, so you're saying let's try to get together before the 9th and see if we can.
Either that or we join the planning board meeting and do it on the 9th.
That might make more sense.
Yeah.
actually, Yeah.
Yeah. So you want to propose that? Because that meeting's scheduled.
Maybe
They've got
it
a.
makes sense to just post a meeting we have time to just, for each of the boards to post a meeting, and it's just, that's if a quorum of us show up. I mean, I just put it in my calendar. I'm gonna try to make an effort to be there.
All right, so,
It's also be useful. I expect what we'll get is a preview of the presentation they're gonna make to town meeting that just presents this very complicated article in 5 minutes.
all right, okay.
How
Right.
are we going to handle the map on this thing? I actually read this. I didn't see reference to the map.
Don't look at me.
There, Mark. To me, a map is a key part of the process.
Yeah,
There you go, look at Mark.
I'm not sure how that's gonna be handled, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Well, I mean, we handled it in a certain way for the downtown
Yeah,
district.
and then on their public forums, they had it on the
Yeah.
screen pretty well.
Yeah. My recollection from that is the map doesn't need to be in the warrant. It just needs to be in some other posted place.
Needs
which
to
is
be
a
available.
Central reference.
Yeah, but when the warrant is distributed electronically, at least there ought to be a reference to,
Yeah.
if you want to see the map, click on this link because
Aren't they providing a handout, I thought?
Yes.
If it's not-
So I would imagine
Yeah.
that map would be in the handout
Okay.
up front.
But
so-
some clear connection there so people can see what's going on. Without the map,
That's
it's
it.
really hard to.
In the summary, we can put the link to
Okay, good.
map or something. Okay.
Mhm.
Mm.
Okay, the next one, of course, is the rec. So it's a little weird, we're voting on an article where we're asking town meeting to support, but I guess we should vote on it, right? As individuals, that yes, town
Yeah.
meeting, we want you to support that article.
And so,
Article 8.
I think that
Okay.
Sam's wording is
And I gave the wording to advisory. They've got what the wording's going to be if we accept what Sam wrote.
Well, I think it makes sense just to read this for
Okay.
people watching. So Sam, since you're the author,
Go ahead.
what?
Give Sam the honors.
Okay.
I'm not gonna steal your
Right.
excellent.
No pride of authorship.
Yeah.
Article, this is 8, I guess, in this version here. To see if town meeting will vote to recommend that the select board should exercise its authority to enter into an intermunicipal agreement, IMA, with the Metro West Regional Emergency Communication Center, the REC, for the provision of public safety communication services, including 911 response and emergency public safety dispatch services, in place of the services currently being provided locally by town employees in the Public Safety Building Dispatch Center. This recommendation includes the expectations that the IMA will provide reasonable local influence and control over the REC services, and that the select board's plan for this process addresses local concerns regarding financial exposure to REC financial assessments and staffing presence at the Public Safety Building, or do or act anything in relation thereto. So.
Okay, I'll move that we adopt the language just read.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, that's all we're voting on right now is the language, right? Then we'll vote
Yeah.
on the article. Okay, so all in favor? Okay, so we've adopted this language to go into the article. Now, Al, make the motion to
So now I move that the
support.
amended article be placed in Article 8 in the 827 draft of the warrant.
Second. I did. Read that.
All right, we're getting distracted here. Okay, so we've got a motion
Yeah.
and we got a second.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Okay. All right, the next one is
Yeah,
the,
Do you want to vote to support it?
oh, we'd love for you guys to support that
No,
one.
I mean,
We just did.
you guys didn't, you voted to put it in the warrant.
No, I thought
No,
our
we just-
second.
We
vote-
did two votes. So we voted first of all to put the language in and then we voted to support the article. That was the second vote.
Okay, we'll check the tape.
That's our story and we're sticking with it, Andrew. We did.
This is the point in the meeting where we're starting to get old.
Do we
Yeah,
need, do we need instant replay from the booth?
Okay. That's what we did and we're sticking with it. Okay, next one is one that we've been working on where we're trying to reorganize the entities that work on affordable housing. So right now we've got the Affordable House Trust, we've got the CPC that has the Community Housing Bucket, and we've got SHOPSI. So
Wait,
Andrew-
this one is Article, we're talking about Article 10, correct?
Yeah.
I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. Yep,
Nine.
I'm sorry.
Am I wrong?
Yeah, my bad.
Right, I'm on 9. Okay, so Andrew and Al and help me,
Doug
Doug
Mance,
Mance,
Paul
Paul
Desmond.
Desmond, and Lisa Braccio have there's a working group formed that's working on this. Andrew, take it from there.
Sure.
What are we
so
gonna do here?
We have met only twice. I think we're very close. Basically, I'll jump in here too, but the main issue that we've identified is that in 2005.
So you want me to?
Sure, go ahead.
So I drafted, I think we're going to have to split this into 2 articles. It's messy. The first thing to know is that there was a vote in 2005 establishing the Affordable Housing Trust Fund Committee, or it may have been the board. I don't remember the.
No,
Right.
Trust fund.
And it defined the membership of the board. Then there is also a document, the trust document, which says that the trustees can change the membership terms. It seems to me we need to clean that up. And so my recommendation is that we have an article that establishes a new board of trustees of 5 members, and that once adopted, that the trustees would then change the trust document to recognize that town meeting has the sole authority to define the term, qualifications, and number of the trustees.
Town meeting does?
So you want to throw it to town meeting because I can tell you what I think happened here. If you look at the trust document itself, it's almost verbatim what the law says, whatever, 44.
just cut and paste.
It's almost verbatim. And that law says the following, that if you've got a multi-member CEO, like a select board, which we do, we got 5 members, you only have to appoint one.
Right.
And I don't think they read it right, so they appointed the whole thing. So we ended up with all 5, every
Oh,
single.
it's,
member on there.
it's a myth. So in the draft that I've done, it says that there would be 5 members. There would be 1 member appointed by the 1 member of the select board. The other 4 members would be at large with a preference for at least 2 of the members to have expertise in, construction, property development, affordable housing,
Finance.
social services, or finance.
So who appoints those 4? Select board?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Uh,
the select board appoints and town meeting defines the term, the number, and the qualifications. I've draft language, it's just that I've distributed it to the committee, we haven't met.
Yep.
I was going to wait until we met to,
So here, at this point, we can try to get this working group to meet next week,
yeah,
if we're to meet.
Maybe get Jay Tallerman to
yeah.
opine on it as well.
So this first.
Well, so there's
Then
more.
you've got to also dissolve Shopsy at the same time in a separate article.
So, but yes, we have to have a separate article that dissolves Shopsy. Now, the issue of who gets the Shopsy seat on the CPAC is actually handled in the CPAC bylaw. It says that if one of these appointing committees ceases to exist, the select board shall define the heir effectively. That, so we don't need to worry about that.
Good.
So, as I said, it was messier than,
So 2 articles, and one to restructure the committee, the other to dissolve SHOP.
Yeah.
Basically, dissolving SHOPSI is to remove that section of town code that deals with
So
SHOPSI.
what about if we just vote now to just put those articles in the warrant?
Yep.
Okay, and then we'll,
Can we talk about the language at a later meeting, maybe the
Yeah.
next one? Because
I also see.
I want all 4 people to have the
points
background,
over
not
up
just 2.
here where they haven't seen anything in writing.
We ought to have specific
You
language.
guys let us know what it's gonna say when it's. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Sorry, so
So we're going, right now, we're leaving them in, right? We're leaving it in.
oh, what I will
But we're
move
bringing it
is
out
that
to
we,
the Yeah,
I'll move that we reserve a place for 9A and 9B
Okay.
as, as defined in the draft of 827 9A to be changing of the term to replace the 2005 article, and 9B to eliminate Shopsy.
Second.
No,
No.
that's all that's needed. Yeah. I hope.
And then the Affordable House Trust trustees can change the Affordable House Trust document. It says we can amend, so we can take care of that.
Yes,
separately
yeah,
without-
then-
That's not town
And then
meeting.
the trustees would amend the document
Yeah.
to recognize town meeting's sole authority.
Right, so it's consistent, the 2, okay.
That's
All right.
laid out in a thing I've sent to the committee.
Okay, sounds like a plan. Everybody okay with the plan?
Yep.
All right, next one, Al, we're not going to go forward with this at the special town meeting,
Vote on
correct?
that?
We
had a motion.
Well, the,
well, I think there's a window of time if we could get a quorum of this working group to meet and vote on next week, right? Because that's the sole window to try to get it before the.
You're talking about transferring the money now.
Oh,
I've
sorry.
moved on.
Track.
Okay,
Okay.
I've moved on.
You've moved on, okay.
But we didn't vote.
by the way,
Well,
We didn't.
that takes care of my,
I don't want to vote on it because I'm not,
Okay.
we got to get the language
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, good, I understand. He moved and I seconded, so I thought we had a motion.
Okay, so we are,
Okay.
He's reserving a place in the warrant for this.
right, so we agree with that. We don't,
Yes.
so we agree with that.
Good.
Okay,
Okay.
so now I'm moving on to the actual transfer of the money from the CPC community housing bucket. So that's not going to happen, right? On this,
that's my understanding. I have an application that we're going to talk about in a little bit to move the money.
right,
But my understanding is that the CPAC has a deadline of 8/31 for the annual town meeting.
Yep.
okay.
So this.
So advisory, we're trying to get CPC to agree to move the community housing bucket money over to the Affordable House Trust. So it's all in one place so that, because the Affordable House Trust can buy a property overnight we want to. We've got the authority outside town meeting to buy, sell, loan, do all kinds of stuff. So when a project comes up, our property comes up, we can move fast. We don't have to wait a year and a half for CPC to do their thing and then bring it to town meeting and get voted on when, I mean, what property is going to stay on the market for, 12 to 18 months? So that's why there's Affordable House Trust to begin with, is to allow us to move expeditiously outside town meetings. So we're just trying to get all the money over into one bucket. We've got about $400,000 already in the Affordable House Trust. There's another 500 sitting in CPC in their bucket. So we're just trying to get it all moved over, and it hasn't been easy.
What does that do to CPC's control of that?
Well, they don't have the control they do now, that's for sure, which is what their argument is. We're required, the money has to be spent a certain way. We have, we've got restrictions. We've got 16 things we can do. So there's restrictions on what we can do. It certainly is in the affordable housing arena. And then we've got to account every year to CPC for what we're using the money for. So that's exactly what the concern is that they are losing some control over the use of the money. They'd rather see a project come forth to them and approve it, go through their process, which is cumbersome. And it's just not necessarily appropriate for when you're trying to, a house comes up, we've got to move
We
pretty
lost
quick.
3/4
Yeah,
because we
5
couldn't move
Corville,
fast
yep.
enough.
So they, like, if you go to the website of the Community Preservation Coalition, they have a template document. It's basically like a because this issue recurs over and over in other towns. It's like a template contract between your local CPC and your Affordable Housing Trust Fund. That basically says, if the Affordable Housing Trust Fund uses CPC funds for a project like this, it will do 1, 2, 3, 4 and all reporting requirements.
Yep. And town council tells us that very few towns have the process we have. Typically, town meeting appropriates the money for the housing trust. It immediately goes into the housing trust. The housing trust is able to spend the money then. So
Yeah, but we don't know if this will be on the warrant, so.
We don't.
it's probably should.
He wants us
probably
to
not-
move on. Okay.
Okay.
All right, moving on, moving on. No, we're leaving it on for the moment.
Oh,
'cause-
well,
Well, okay, let me back up. We don't think this is going to, it's not ready.
Yeah. there's
So no, it's
no reason-
coming
legal
off.
right to
Yeah,
do
so it's
it,
coming
so
off.
let's take it out.
It's coming off.
Yeah, I think we take it out.
Okay.
Wrap it up.
Sorry, Andrew. Yes, it's coming
So
off.
so this becomes.
Okay, so 10's coming up. Okay, 11 is also fairly administrative. So this one is being done because it gives us a way to get more money into CPA funded projects. If this had been adopted before, we could have done the golf course irrigation system differently, which is what was doing. So we couldn't because we didn't have this. So we're just trying to get this in. It allows money from other town sources to be used for CPA partially funded projects. We can add other money to their money to actually get something done.
When we accepted CPA in 2002 or 3, this language wasn't in there. The state subsequently amended CPA, and towns that have accepted CPA since that time have this embedded in it. We didn't, so we're trying to catch up from what was originally expected there. So
So-
again, we don't have to do anything. It gives us an option to do it differently.
All right, so can we vote on that one?
So I'll move Article 11 as printed in the 827 draft warrant.
Move that we support it. I'll second.
Yeah, to support. He moves to support. Okay, all in favor? All right, gone. Okay, the next one is, I got two. I want to suggest moving up, the EDC coordinator position, which we've already voted on, right? To go right after this next one. So 12 is really simple. It's amending the fiscal year 2025 budget for a few minor things that total about $17,000. It's not coming out of the tax levy. It's coming out of Paul Sabelli's overlay. Okay, so there's no tax effect to doing this, and it's like 1,000 here, 1,000 there. It's 7 or 8 departments that are involved here, so it's pretty minor stuff.
But what it really is, these are taxes that have already been collected.
Yeah. So it's not going to increase future taxes. We're gonna use previously collected taxes. Okay,
Okay, so you want to move Article 12?
Yeah.
Okay, I move Article 12 as printed in the draft 827 warrant.
Move that we support it, right?
I move that we support. Yeah.
Second.
any further discussion? All in favor? All right, that one's done.
Hey Kathy, are you thinking about moving Article 19? up
Yes.
into the
Well, no, I didn't say 19.
I know, I'm saying 19.
So you want, well, I thought 19 should be moved
Into the
at
consent-
number 7 because I think
Yeah.
that is consent agenda
Yeah,
too. So yes,
Okay.
move 19 to 7, right? After 6. and then move EDC up after the one we just voted on, number 12, as we're looking at right now,
Which will
because
be
it's
13.
it is budget related, and I don't want to lose the audience
Yep.
before we vote on this.
Yep.
Yeah, on 12, I mean, I'm fine. It doesn't bother me, but it just looks real messy.
So what do you want to do?
I mean, I'm just saying in the future, let's not have a fall town meeting article for $17,000. And people should try to live within, what their budget has. I mean, $750.
I agree.
mean-
I agree. It is a little.
If you in treasurer collector's budget, if they can't find $750 to pay for an increased expense, we
All
got.
right, so Liz, you and I mentioned it too, both. I mean, this is
guess
not
all
just
with
Paul
the-
Sabelli. Paul Sabelli's got one little piece of it, but
Correct.
it's not, I mean, it's across the board. So my guess is Sabelli wanted to do it, maybe, and then talk to Brian. Brian said we might as well clean up other ones too that we know about at the same time. So I agree. Not a good idea. Not a good practice. Okay. Moving on. So is Melissa available, Vanessa? Chief Puntini, I'm sorry you're sitting here. I know where you're sitting here. As soon as we get down to this, we'll jump to why you're here, okay, and try to get you out of here.
He doesn't want to.
Melissa has her hand up. Oh, here she comes. Okay, good.
Larry and Tim, if you're following along, we're on Article 13.
Hey, Melissa.
Melissa's there. She's muted.
There she is. Hey, Melissa.
Hello. Hi.
Hey, thank you for jumping in tonight. So to try to move this along, I think if you could just kind of start from scratch, big picture to both groups here. You got the full advisory committee here and the full select board here as to what happened, and then why we need to do this piece of it.
Sure, absolutely. So as I'm sure most of you are aware, we have previously 2.2 million that was approved at a previous town meeting. This was based on worst case scenario of solid waste that was found during our test pitting and isolated asbestos containing material areas. Basically, since then, we completed about a third of the dump. We were able to separate out the solid waste from soil and dispose of it properly. What we've run into that was not prevalent on our test pits was the heavily mixed small pieces, friable pieces of asbestos containing material. So as we got into the depth of the dump, the issue being is that we cannot certify, the contractor has agreed, the engineer has agreed, that we cannot certify that the waste that they then are screening out is free from asbestos containing materials. Part of this is because when we did our sampling during our initial test pitting to have that initial 2.2 million, we had kind of and during construction, we've had a mixed bag of what looks like asbestos containing materials were coming back both positive and negative. But the majority of it being within the mixed kind of sediment and soil are coming back positive. Therefore, under asbestos containing materials regulations, etc., we need to basically call the rest of the area of the dump a regulated area under those regulations. And the cost of disposal for ACMs or those asbestos containing materials is vastly higher than just what we would be disposing of for solid waste. We've looked at every alternative we could think of, including capping. The price would be the same. And ironically, if we were even to put a cap on it, we would be excavating almost the same amount of material. A foot of material would be left. So at that point, if we can, completely remove for the same cost, it wouldn't put a use restriction on the property and would not further have like ongoing requirements like monitoring and things like that. DEP also still calls for a straight dig and haul. They've looked at the situation as things have arisen and our proposed alternatives. And the one that we've put forward is kind of the agreed upon best case scenario. Our contractor, unfortunately, the price for disposal is about $323 a ton, and we are planning for at most 10,000 tons. So that is the main driving force of this change of cost, because these small pieces of asbestos are just breaking apart, and just the stricter regulations around them. There's just no way to separate them and be able to put soil back, and or dispose of it as just solid waste. So that's kind of a little winded, but higher level, I think, to get the most information out of me.
So Melissa, 10,000 tons at $323, that's 3.2 million, right?
Correct. So we have not spent all of our previously approved. So the 2.1 that's proposed in the warrant is supplemental to the 2.2. So I still, I've sat down with, Mark, Brian, and Carla and gone over, what we've spent thus far and included additional costs. So we still have, I think more than 1.5 million left in the original approval because we had to stop so early. So a lot of that is, carrying over into this next iteration of funding.
Okay.
So the total cost, Melissa, right now is estimated at 4.3 million?
I'd have to double check the specific numbers. I don't have my spreadsheet in front of me, but I have it all charted out. I'd be happy to send it over to you, but yes, about that.
Well, I'm just adding the two articles together.
Yeah.
Second.
Melissa, what was the material that contained the asbestos that was dumped there?
A lot of asphalt roof shingling. As we've dug, we found a lot of roofs. I think from the various sheds that were on the property that Farmer Davis used for his various escapades, cement board. It's a lot of random trash.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any chance there's going to be more after this?
No, so the cost of this disposal is for strictly digging and hauling everything that's left. So we're not going to separate anymore. We don't have an ability to separate the soil. So our contractor originally stated 5,000 tons were left. Our engineer has very highly suggested we plan for 10,000 based on the kind of variable but average depth throughout the rest of the project.
Thank you.
So a question I have is, so this is an appropriation. Is there some reason why we're not borrowing to do this?
We are.
Oh, okay, it says appropriate.
It also says,
What?
I thought I checked this, the language
Usually
says.
says borrow or appropriate.
Yeah, this is the language that came from bond council, which includes all of the options raised by taxation, transfer from available funds, borrowing, or otherwise provided.
Okay, all right.
But the
I beg
intention-
your pardon.
yeah,
Yep,
yeah,
okay.
okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
So, is it, yeah, no, can we use CPA funds for this? I mean, this
No,
is.
this
an
is not
open space?
eligible. Nope.
Okay.
Well, Melissa, you got a couple here nodding yes, and you're saying no. So, are you sure?
As I've been told, it is not applicable. It's not a preservation. It's, it's not really a restoration per se. I looked at various other grants through the MVP process, the Municipal Vulnerability Preparedness. But I've been told since the get-go, it was not available for CPA.
Melissa, this is Sam. A random thought. Have you talked with Bill Cundiff about this at all? I mean, he's got a lot of experience in sort of engineering kind of projects. I don't know if he's done any of this kind of work, but I mean, he might have some ideas about the disposal potentially. I don't know.
So the disposal is actually pretty straightforward. There's only so many facilities that will accept this waste. So our LSP and our environmental engineer have kind of vetted to make sure that it's the appropriate number and looked at different facilities as well that our contractor doesn't use to make sure it's still within market rate. So it's kind of based on the allowance of the facility and what they have. We are trying to work with another facility that would get the cost per tonnage down to 277 per ton, but that's not guaranteed. So we've planned for that 323.
Okay, just again, I'm always interested in opinions on things, but may not be appropriate here.
And DEP in our meetings with DEP in the last month have kind of, they also grimace at the price, but seems to be in line with what they've identified in other projects.
Melissa, what are the fines, consequences of not doing this?
DEP has been very clear that lack of funding does not cause extenuating circumstances. It will not extend our deadline. I don't have the ACO in front of me, so I can't tell you the specific fines per day, but they are happy to work with us in the timeline as long as we are making progress forward and keeping them apprised. But, you know, lack of approval does not give us leeway. They've made that pretty clear from the beginning. So they could fine us and then subsequently do the cleanup and either withhold funds that are then dispersed to the state or in some other action to recuperate those costs.
Often they'll clean up and charge us for it.
Well, that's what
Yes.
she's saying. That's what they do.
Yep.
And then they withhold money they owe to us from other things. So that's how they get their money back. Okay, so are we sure that we have done everything we can to find any available funds to offset this, grants, et cetera?
From my end, I've tried to come up with as many as I could. You know, it doesn't fit a lot of the kind of standard bills for grants that are out there. And I've always been under the impression that CPA wasn't available. And then we did do, you know, once we kind of were addressed with this issue, I had the contractor go out and do a tighter test pit region to make sure that there weren't areas on the outskirts of the dump area that we could continue to separate out. Obviously, if we occur some areas that are very clearly do not contain asbestos, we will continue to do that. But it looked like as we get into the depths and really started digging larger quantities, all that asbestos was just breaking up to smaller than 1-inch pieces.
I am going to suggest that you have a conversation with Mr. Cundiff, because in the context of the Atwood problem that we know is also coming up, he did seem to mention that he had familiarity with other sources of funding. And so I would encourage you to just knock on his door and have a conversation, because you know, two heads are always better than one, and you've got two good heads here.
I agree. All right, Andrew?
Yeah, no, okay, if we can push this off, try to even earmarks talk to our state and federal reps, there's a lot. Clean up conversation.
Have we done that yet? Have we talked to anybody as far as trying to get help?
So I'm having a hard time hearing Andrew, so I'm not sure if that
Sorry,
was
Melissa.
directed at me. Sorry.
Basically, mostly towards the select board, to our state and federal reps, and see if there's earmarks or other things, grants, et cetera.
I've at least been working with the DEP Solid Waste Division. You know, they don't necessarily offer any reprieves for this. You know, our current deadline that we were supposed to be completed was already the middle of September. They're more than happy to extend that, you know, understanding that we are getting funding and we are working towards the goal. But otherwise, you know, they haven't offered any solutions that I've been aware of, and talking with the various, not necessarily planning groups, but kind of the climate resiliency side of things that this more fits under. There hasn't been something that kind of fits this bill because it's not necessarily watershed protection. It's not really drinking water. You know, it's not quite pollution. It's solid waste, which is, even though it's bad and we want it out, they don't quite consider to be hazardous. But, you know, now that this is more of an asbestos, I can definitely kind of reach back out to those groups and see if anything else is out there. But at this time, I think we do need the funding to be able to continue this. You know, we've tried to par down as much as we can and look at alternatives and solutions, and this seems to be the only reasonable path forward.
All right.
It's not a brownfields property. It's not a redevelopment property. You know, it was not contaminated by a company that, you know, and there's a lot of money available for those and everything in that. This is not one of those. This is a farm dump in the middle of the woods, you know, for property that we purchased that we, notified DEP about, over a number of years, through one of our residents. And they finally reached back out and said, we're hearing a lot about this issue. What's going on? And that is what led us down the primrose path of the administrative consent order and to where we are today.
What's the timeline on the consent order? I mean, is this something we?
It's already, we're supposed to have it done by September, but apparently she said that they are going to work with us as long as they know that we are funding this, so that they will give us more time. But September was our deadline to have it done.
Well, so, I mean, if we fund this, it's not going to be done.
No.
Is it going to be
It'll-
done this year?
Yes, it'll most likely be done, weather permitting, obviously, but
So
it would
the
be done
opportunity-
within 2 months.
So the opportunity to go out and look for other funding is modest at
Time
best.
limited,
Yeah.
yes.
But let's at least try. So Melissa, if you'll talk to Bill Cundiff, one of us will talk to our representative to see if they know of anything.
And Mark, you might run this by our grants consultant that we haven't heard from in a long time. Maybe she has an idea, unlikely, but wouldn't hurt to
Sure.
call her.
Yep. Yep. There's no downside to that either. And I assume that our insurance carriers don't cover this, right? We've checked to make sure we have no insurance on this, something like this.
There's nothing you can do to go after prior owners.
So that I think that was visited in 2008 and has since passed when Farmer died.
We have looked at that and there really doesn't seem to be an opportunity there. Should have done a carve out when we took the property. That's the old shoulda, woulda.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda, right?
Yeah. So one
Right,
of the
so-
things that I've come to realize sitting in this seat is that we are simply the custodian of prior generations' misdeeds, and some future
Yeah,
board will
this was
be the
hu- I mean,
custodian of our misdeeds.
This is $4 million. I mean, this is terrible.
Big- big.
Okay, do we want to vote on this tonight or we want to wait?
I don't think we have a
I
choice.
think
I
you
agree.
support it, yeah.
I agree.
Go ahead.
So I move that the board support Article 13 as printed in the 8/27 draft warrant.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Can I just raise half a hand?
And let's just hope that it doesn't cost what they think it's
Yeah.
going to cost. It's
I think we ought to,
5,000 tons. Okay, moving on.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you, Melissa. Thank you. Okay, we're taking off number 14, Atwood, right? Okay, so that's gone on advisory. We're not doing that. We'll probably do that at annual town meeting.
Can these deep, can the Breakneck Hill people just swing by there on the way out? Load up an extra truck?
As long as you're here, here's a couple of barrels more.
All right, the next one is one that's also being taken off because it's complicated. We've got are you laughing? Okay, so the study's
It is
done.
complicated,
The
but
study's done. Everybody's got it. They're recommending a whole lot of new positions, so.
Seatbelt.
Hmm?
Buckle your seatbelt.
Yeah.
No, I was confused because I thought we did this
When you read it, it sounds like we're appropriating the funds for the study,
before the study.
and it's
Yeah,
implementation of the findings of the study.
yeah, so it could have been worded a little bit more precisely, but nonetheless, it's coming off anyway.
placeholder language, it wasn't something to vote on.
Because they're recommending a lot of changes and obviously big impact to a budget if we were to do any number of them. So what we thought the plan would be better is to get through special town meeting, and then the two groups sit down and really flesh us out as far as what we think about the report and where we might want to go for fiscal year 26.
I would say let's assign the liaisons soon and have them.
Yep.
Good idea.
And Kathy, I think we ought to think about this on longer term, in the sense of, I'm interested, are there things that we actually ought to do as soon as possible? And I don't know, frankly, I was hoping maybe there were one or two things that we could do for a special town meeting. It doesn't sound like that's the case now.
I just hate to kind of do it that way. I'd rather consider the whole thing, if you want to do, rather than just do one thing and then regret you did it when you thought about something
Yeah.
else, so.
But I mean,
Well, respectfully, the report itself said that it should be phased over years.
oh, yeah. But again, I'd like to see the, the 5-year plan or whatever it is. It says, here's how we get to where we need to be. Here's sort of I don't think my initial read is, and forgive me, chief, but I'm not sure I'm on board to, do everything the plan is asking for. But
There's also
some
some
portion of that.
discrepancies in it as well
Yeah.
between beginning and the end, so.
But
there's
again,
clarification needed.
I think some sort of fairly specific plan that says this we now see as our sort of end point out of this. This is where we need to get to. And it may not be everything that's in that particular report. But then you back off of that and say, okay, here's what we do for FY 25, 26, 27, whatever it might be.
But the problem is that we don't have time to get that done before town meeting.
There's anything that was so pressing that we need to do with it better.
I mean, this is really going to take some thought. So I agree, let's get a liaison appointed from both groups, sit down and then start, meeting just to discuss this.
So I guess my question is, do the chiefs think that there's anything in here that's pressing and obvious that's going to happen regardless of what the other stuff looks like?
Well, Chief,
I'd be interested in hearing that.
Chief Newell did say that he wanted someone to assist him with the body camera stuff because he was working basically.
Well, he
a
wants,
lot of
no, he wants a lieutenant he wants a second lieutenant.
Yeah,
You know,
I mean, and then we said, no, we're gonna do the study. So he was
Yeah.
like, okay, but I think he sort of wants some assistance right away.
Andrew, do you want to say anything at this point? I know they recommended the deputy, which we were not surprised about. For you?
Yeah.
So as far as the fire side of the study, I'm in full support and agree with majority of what it says. As far as, some immediate actions we could take, there's two off the top of my head, but, whether this town meeting or spring, I think would be up for discussion. One would be the position of deputy chief, and the other is where they talked about staffing us to 6. We currently have 5 firefighters on shift, but we dropped to 4. If we can find a way to fund to keep 5 firefighters on shift, with scheduled leave, no sick, no IOD, that would probably take care of 75% of our staffing problem. And that would be without hiring new bodies. That would just be better funding some of those accounts to help replace paid time off and scheduled leave.
How much money are we talking about roughly for that? Any idea?
250,000.
So.
I'd have to do a full analysis of it. So it's been, looking back the previous year, it's a little bit skewed because we had a lot of vacancies. So, the overtime account was very high, but it was offset by a low permanent salary account due to some very long-term vacancies.
But
So looking at last year's data, like I said, it's definitely slightly skewed.
it's not $1 million or something
No.
like that. Okay.
No.
On his side. Normally, we don't do this kind of thing at a special meeting. We prefer to do the budget stuff at the annual town meeting.
Right.
People think they're done. So this would be unusual anyway, but we did promise the chiefs, because Chief Newell had asked for several things for this last budget, fiscal year 25, and we.
Chief Newell right here.
Okay.
Is he coming? He hears me talking. His ears are burning. So we promised, and what we agreed. So what we agreed to do is do the study and wait and see what it said and then take it up at special time meeting. So I feel bad, but I didn't expect for the study to come back with so many suggestions that would truly have a really big impact if we were to implement them even over a staggered period. So I still think the better answer is to not do anything for special town meeting, appoint the liaisons, start sitting down with the chiefs right away, and then figure out what we're going to do for the spring.
And for Chief Newell, I'd ask the question, I understand that there's a need for a longer term plan here that more comprehensive, but my question was, is there anything that is so obvious and pressing that if we did it for special town meeting, it's highly unlikely that we would want to unwind it regardless of what that longer term plan did. And Chief Puntini was saying that he's got some staffing issues that he would like to address short term. That are a few $100,000 kind of number. And the question on the police side, is there anything on your end that you say, I know we're not going to back off on X, Y, Z here. So if we would consider it for special town meeting, that would be very useful. So that's the question. You need a microphone if you're going to answer that. Don't want to put you on the spot, but okay, sorry.
So for special town meeting.
Is there anything you wanted to do since staffing study immediately, given that we don't have time to deal with the whole thing for the special town meeting? Liaisons are going to be appointed from each group to meet with you, the two chiefs. And we're going to deal with this as soon as town meeting is over with. Sam's asking, well, is there anything specific that is not the whole kit and caboodle that you want to do right now that we believe that no matter what we do going forward would stick?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
That's
right
it.
now.
And you don't have to answer right now. You can think about it and let us know. Like, do you know that you are absolutely going to always want that second lieutenant, no matter what we say?
Yeah.
But I think that and at the second lieutenant is the most.
But also, does it have to happen at this meeting and happen immediately, or can it wait till the budget meeting in the fall?
Can't wait till July 1st. Yeah.
I mean, the original ask was for this meeting, and the pressing need is still there.
The original ask was last July 1st, this past July 1st, and then we said, okay, let's punt it to this. So if you remember, I don't remember your vote exactly, but we were supportive, the select board was supportive of the lieutenant position, the second lieutenant position. So I'd consider that.
What I'm saying is, if that was all the ask, then that's all the ask will be.
Right.
Right, don't add whatever was in the July meeting now, and then ask for more after that. That's why you need the, like, we're not back to July, we're July plus. Right?
But if I can say it, I think that originally, before the study was even mentioned as a possibility, you had asked, because you were working a lot with the body camera stuff and you had no one to help you.
Yeah.
And then we said to you, oh, well, we're going to do this study, which was kind of shoving it off down the road. Now, my feeling is, do you want it to be put off for another 6 months? I'm thinking no.
I think after reviewing this study, if everybody here has, you can understand the pressing need that we have at the department. And it's not just for the lieutenant's position, it's for patrol as well. And my original ask was lieutenant and patrol officer and then the dispatchers. But as this study comes out, we're in a dire state right now. So I really don't want to delve too much into that part of it, but I think that anything that we can get or ask for, starting at this point is vital, you know? So.
I'd consider trying to do something for special town meeting if we can find something that seems to be an obvious ongoing.
Well, you just said the second lieutenant.
Okay.
You got, you did get 2 dispatchers July 1st, right? So you got part of that. You asked for 4. You asked for lieutenant, patrolman, and 4 dispatchers, right? So you got 2 dispatchers, no lieutenant, no patrolman.
But is the patrolman the better answer over the lieutenant? Because we know we need patrolmen and we need several patrolmen according to that. The lieutenant, respectfully, it was called out in the report, is it didn't necessarily have to be a lieutenant to do the videotape. It could be a trained person. I know you don't agree with that down this road, but the report called it out. So I think there's discussion there. There's definitely a need to deal with the body cams, but the report called out multiple ways to do that. So I don't think it's as cut as dry as just the lieutenant.
But the report also did recommend a second lieutenant.
Kathy, I think there's too much, the report brought up too much things. If we're gonna throw the report away and we're gonna go back to just a lieutenant, then that can make sense.
If we're gonna
But
vet
there's
the
gonna
whole
be
thing.
Too much discussion on, well, are we gonna add more later? Well, we don't wanna talk about that now. But then we're gonna show up in springtime meeting and say, now we're gonna add 3 more patrol guys, 2 more dispatchers, a school resource officer, like, there's gonna be too much questions about it. Like, I can't package it up in a digestible format for the average town meeting voter to feel comfortable with this decision, with the uncertainty of the rest.
Especially at the same time, you're gonna ask the schools coming in, whatever, and there's a lot coming down, and I'm not trying to deny the police what they need, and I'm not arguing for it. I'm saying we should have the time to vet it with you properly to come out with a thing and not just throw something in town meeting because we're late.
Well, respectfully disagree, but I think the request for the lieutenant was in there, 9 months ago?
Yeah, and the focus has shifted. It's consistently discussing the body cameras but that is one of a host of other administrative tasks that we need for that position, operation-wise, administration-wise. And even as the report discusses, like, you have a chief that's handling public records requests, and the two other people in my admin side, my business admin and my lieutenant, are completely swamped with stuff. And therefore, this position is not getting the dedication that it needs.
So recently, Andrew and I, at Chief's request, met with Chief and Lieutenant McCarthy. And we spent about, I don't know, 2 hours, maybe more with them. And they had a really well thought out set of points to make with us. And I left there totally convinced that we really need to do some things to alleviate the issues they have. So I'd be willing to put a motion on the floor to do the lieutenant to at least start solving this problem. We told town meeting we were going to do the study. And then we're going to bring this back at special town meeting. So we're saying now we're not going to. We promised the chief the same thing. We did vote we approved the lieutenant when we voted. So I think we're kind of, so I hear you, Andrew, believe me. I was shocked when I saw the report as far as all the positions they're recommending that we do over time. But I am convinced that the second lieutenant is needed based on all the conversations I've had with chief and lieutenant. So I would be willing to at least select board to vote on that one.
I have a question about how one might do that. If you did hire a lieutenant, would that be somebody you promoted from inside the department? And then you'd have to backfill a patrolman to fill that
If
position?
it did come from inside, yes. And then, obviously I would post the position as long as I had interest inside, it would stay inside.
Okay, so it wouldn't be, at least the full cost of a new lieutenant at that pay rate, presumably.
Yeah.
Still expensive, but not quite as expensive.
Right.
Ballpark, what does it cost if we did this and you got an internal candidate?
So internal. What's that? Like 140? I think a little bit less.
For a new patrolman with benefits?
No.
So incrementally, so if you promote internally a patrolman to. I guess it'd be a sergeant.
Patrolman is the patrolman, and then you're still going to add a whole new lieutenant salary. So it's still the full.
And the training, if we read the report, there's the training section too.
Would it be a sergeant who got promoted to lieutenant presumably? So the increment between sergeant.
Do we have a number?
But then you got to replace the sergeant.
Yeah.
No, if we,
I mean, we're sitting here at 10 o'clock at night. The chief just walked back in the room.
Yeah.
We're trying to put this all together for him, and quite honestly, no disrespect to the chief, if you offer him a position, a detective, a lieutenant, whatever you give him, he's going to take it. Right?
Okay, so it looks like
So-
in this group, I think advisory is on a much different path here. So they're right for sure. It looks like Marguerite's for this. I'm for it. Sam, maybe?
Yep.
Andrew?
Yeah, I also think we're just reaching the point of the evening there. It's getting kind of late and I might want to, we just need a little more time to put together numbers and.
Okay, so.
But if the board is interested in doing this, then we can work to put together some numbers and scope and everything. So you've got some, because we're meeting again in a week, a little over a week, on the 4th.
Yeah.
So you can have something to look at that time.
Okay.
okay,
I'm
I'm a qualified yes, but I want to see the number.
Okay. All right. So we got a plan for that. Advisory will do
Now,
their thing.
One issue that I see with this is, so for the lieutenant right now, there's also like a contract that lieutenant's eligible for overtime, right? Okay, so would the second lieutenant also be similarly eligible for overtime the way that the first one is?
Yes.
Okay.
It'd be the same job description. It's already been drawn up,
Okay, we got a plan? Everybody agree?
Yep.
Okay, moving on. Thank you, chief, for coming back. Okay, so we have talked about 15, 16, we've already done. 17 is possibly amending the date for annual town meetings. It's late. So we're gonna meet on the 5th. So you want to put this one to the 5th? We're thinking about some
Yes.
more?
And
Okay.
just some context about like, this is an age-old question.
Sorry,
It was-
Saturday, do you do
I
it?
mean, I just looked at it. The current town meeting bylaw was amended 3 times within a 3-year period of trying to get it right in the exact date and time. So I don't know that we're gonna come up with the genius solution
I
to
think
this.
we just rewrite it to give the select board the flexibility to do it up to the deadline of state law and figure it out.
I'm happy with that.
Yep.
So let's still, we'll talk about this for sure on the 5th, right? You guys can talk about it too. I agree. We're okay waiting to the 5th to truly finalize this one? All right?
I
Yes?
think that makes sense.
Okay. Okay, well, we still got a lot to do here and advisories here late too, so let's get this done. Okay, next one is the citizens, we got 2 citizens petitions. This is the one from, is Lisa Brascio their sponsor of this one?
Yeah.
So she sponsored this to basically take the appointing authority away from the select board for those that are supposed to be in CPC from other committees. So rather than open space, recommending someone, designate someone, then we appoint, whoever they appoint goes right to CPC without anything, to do with select board vote. So we know why this is here. I don't think we've got to regurgitate that. Everybody ready to vote on this one, select board?
Yep.
Okay, Al, you make a motion?
Yeah, I will move that the select board support Article 18 as. Oh, I'm sorry. I will move that the select board support Article 18 as written in the 827 draft of the warrant.
Second.
All in favor? All opposed? Okay, we're done with that one. So you guys can do your thing on that one.
On the, I'm gonna have them edit it up. 7 for the Shopsy doesn't have the initial term.
What?
All the other ones have an initial term. Right, so you stagger them with the Shopsy number 7.
They're gonna have to change Shopsy because Shopsy's going away.
Well,
We can change it.
No. That's fine.
Yeah, we can't edit it now. We'd have to have it on the floor, but
Yep.
just.
Okay, the last one we haven't seen
That
yet, so
makes
we'll,
sense.
we'll take that one up on the 5th. Right, Joe Palmer's?
Yep.
Okay, all right, so that's it, guys, for going through the warrant.
Right.
Okay, so the plan is to try to get with the planning board on the 9th, right, to really get through MBTA, right,
Yep.
with the 3 of us. And then you guys will do your thing as far as voting on everything else that you haven't already voted on, which is almost everything else, right? Okay, you got it?
Good.
All right. You want to adjourn your meeting?
Adjourn.
Second.
Larry,
Aye.
Tim,
Aye.
Marcy,
Hi.
Mary,
Aye.
Andrew's aye. Big Phil, good night.
Thank you guys
Your-
for hanging with
Your
us.
hourly pay rate is declining here, guys.
Welcome, Barry.
Thank you, right, yes.
This is good initiation for you, Barry.
Working better, better.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna try to get other people out of here that I think are here for, so Kevin, you're here for the railing? Oh, you're just being a good spouse. Okay, it's what am I talking about? Of course, of course. I got you. So you want to do the railing though, right?
How about this, just in the interest of maybe getting this done as fast as possible, how about if here's the bottom line on the railing project, okay?
And then I want to get,
This is something,
out of here too.
at this point, anything we could just postpone until the next meeting or do it since we're getting late. This we have to act
Okay,
on
so
now
go.
because the CPC application deadline is Friday. Prepared, working with Kevin and Bill Condiff, prepared a draft that I circulated, Mark circulated it around 2 or 3 o'clock. Basically, you got 3 different options about how you can do this rail replacement project at various price points. The ballpark estimate for properly replacing what we have right now with the railing is inclusive of engineering costs is $110,000. So for the purpose of getting the ball rolling and starting a discussion with CPA, this application asks for the 110. You know, on the questions asked, what is the benefit for this project? Is it CPA eligible? Those are very easy to answer with this. This is why the CPA was created, was to fund historical rehabilitation, restoration projects like this. something that we identified as a goal for this year. So I think it's a kind of a layup. And hoping the board will support the application which we circulated, and I'll just submit it. And we'll get the ball rolling. Does that sound good?
Yes,
Sounds good to me.
everybody agree?
Okay.
Let's do it.
Yep.
Absolutely, thank you.
We need a motion.
I move that the board approve submitting the CPC application for the town common rail replacement project.
Second?
Any further discussion? All in favor? Okay, so who's submitting? Select board?
Yes,
Okay. so
we are
select
the
board is submitting. Okay, we're the, okay. And Kevin, you're happy with that? Okay. All right, check it off. So Chief Pantini, are you here because of the alert system? The Deerfoot Road?
Well, if you had any questions on the.
Oh, okay. So let's get those two things out of the way real quick. Okay, consent agenda. One of the things here is a release of liability that Liz Lyden has drafted. We've been given a house to do a active fire training in. Is that the right terminology? I
Yeah,
guess they're
so,
going to burn it and practice putting the fire out.
Yeah, exactly. So we were donated a property at 26 Deerfoot Road. It's a house slated for demolition. We went through the process with DEP to abate it of asbestos and something the contractor has to do anyways. DEP usually allows one of these a year per community. A lot of communities do not take advantage of it. You know, we have the opportunity. It provides for realistic training and exciting training for the members. So
Why does the homeowner getting rid of this house in this manner?
their demolition and a contractor's demoing it to
Build a new
house.
Right, so they're going to build a new house on the
Small
lot.
house
okay.
there. It's
Yeah,
gonna
it's
build
small
a
pavement.
bigger house.
I'm not sure what they're putting in exactly, but something bigger.
It looks like it's pretty close to the neighbors there, so it is.
Yeah, it meets the requirement on the one side, and there's the garage is health and protected. We're gonna keep the, control fires to the opposite side of the property, so.
And I assume it's not an older house subject to the demolition delay
So,
by law?
yeah, part of this is, it has to have an active, approved demo permit.
Okay,
So
but
that's- that is-
so Kevin Miller sitting here. I want to make sure. So how old is this house?
Probably built in the 50s.
Okay. All right. So it's not a,
Subject
okay, so it's not subject to the,
to
what we call the demolition delay by law. Okay. All right. So everybody okay with approving? So Mark has dealt with Liz Lyden. She said, we want the homeowner to basically sign this saying that no liability here. If something goes wrong, in this, so that they can come back and sue us for anything. So what?
There's one word missing in the library.
Okay, so let's get that word in there. So tell us what it is.
Fourth line says, which is proposed to be used for controlled something for training purposes. It should be burn or practice or fire. It has controlled. There's no word. You wanna see? it?
Yeah, I have not seen it.
Just right there, I wrote practice, controlled something.
I think burn would be.
Burn, okay, that's it, just that.
Okay, so Al, you want to make a motion to
I
approve?
move
that?
that we approve the
Release.
the release as amended by Ms. Landry.
Second?
Any further discussion? All in favor? Okay, so you got your approval for that. Okay, now the second thing is, this is ARPA related. So we're not going to vote right this minute. I'm just going to tell you what we're going to do. So you don't have to stay for this. Staying here is not going to change your chance of getting this. But you do have to tell us this. So Chief Patini says that our fire alert system is old, antiquated, needs to be replaced. He thinks it's going to cost about $75,000. He has gone to capital. It is now on the capital plan. He would like to he'd like to do this soon. So he'd like to use ARPA money to do this. We're going to talk about ARPA in a second. So all I need you to say tonight is, you know that if we were to approve this, that you can actually get this totally price committed, dotted line signs, so that by 12/30/24, we're committed to doing this. It doesn't have to be in place, but you've got to have us committed to the price, contract signed, everything. If not, we should put this on the warrant for the spring.
Yep, no, we've been doing a lot of homework over the past several weeks and months since I started, and we already had contractors in with estimates. and it's pretty much turnkey ready to go.
Okay, and 75,000 is a good number?
Yes, so that's gonna, the total package is the fire alerting system. There's two components to this project. One is the in-station equipment, which would be new lights. It's gonna leverage whatever we can in the building already, audio systems. It's gonna add new lighting and just situational awareness for the crews, new and improved station boards. So, if we respond to one of your residences, we're gonna get a Google Map image of the street view of the property as we're going out the door and any incident information. The other side of it is, we want to upgrade our mobile data terminals and all the apparatus. Currently they're running on tablets and they're not mission critical. They're not, they're disposable, for lack of better terms. There's much more robust computers we can put in the trucks that are specifically designed for public safety use. So those computers will also communicate to the crews information of the call as it's happening. Both these upgrades also future-proof us as we talk about our potential new communication system. It just future-proofs us to be turnkey for different operations.
Okay, so 75K for both things, and you're comfortable that 75K will get spent?
Yes.
Because we don't want you to say 75K, then come back and say, well, it's actually 70 when, by the time we get the bill next year, it's too late. We'd have to give that money back to the government. We're trying to spend every penny of this.
No,
Okay.
make sure we spend every penny.
Okay, so you don't need to, because
That's not a.
it's going to be a few minutes where we get this. You don't need to stay. There's nothing else you can say to sway us, I don't think. We'll let you know what we do. So you can stay if you want to. I'm just trying to get you out of here.
No, I appreciate it.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Okay. So that's it for the moment. Okay. As far as what we got to get done, we got reports. We got some more things on this. We've done some of the consent agenda. We got more to do. We've got to do this ARPA. We got votes for the ARPA. So we got to do that because that time limit is ticking.
If you want to push the executive session to the fourth.
That's what I think we need to do. Okay, so Mark is whispering in my ears. We were supposed to have an executive session, which is why poor Chief Newell is sitting here, to start talking about the negotiations for the new police contract. We can do that on the 4th if we don't have a lot on the 4th right now, I can tell you. We got room for it. So we can push that to the 4th and not
do it.
pay so late
Let's do it.
tonight and let him go home. Okay?
We could even begin with the
Yeah, we could. So we will work on this. Thank you, Chief. Is that okay? Okay. We want you to get home. Okay. All right.
But it's good that you were here for the budget conversation. Thank you.
Yep.
I also, we could do it on Zoom.
Well, we'll have a full meeting on the 4th. So we at it. Okay, now let's go back to reports. Okay, these are actually important reports. So starting with the Neary Building Committee vote that took place a week ago, Monday. So the Neary Building Committee, 7 members, including myself, Andrew Pfaff, has voted to recommend to town meeting to build a whole new 4-grade Neary. To tear down current Neary, build it on the same footprint, more or less. It's going to be bigger, but still tear it down and put it there. We estimate the cost to the town at $64 million. We think the whole project is $94 million. We get about $30 million from the state.
Those are the 4-grade numbers, 74?
4-grade numbers.
I thought it was 85 for 4-grade.
Nope,
Oh.
you're right. Sorry, Sam. You're right.
Yep.
Sorry. $84 million is the debt to the town. Thank
Yep.
you very much. 64 was for the 2-grade. So $84 million is what we think the bond that we'd have to float right now, knowing what we know, would be to build that school. State gives us 30 million. So the whole thing is about $114 million project. So expensive project. It has come down. It started at 150 or so. We've gotten it down, doing various things. I'm hoping it's going to go down more between now and April. So this is the plan. So at this point, we've submitted the next document to the MSBA this week. We signed that, had a meeting, that's done. So the architects now start on their schematic design phase. That's expected to take until, call it March or so. That gets submitted. And then, again, MSB doesn't do anything until the town meeting approves the project. So the plan is right now to have a special town meeting in April to approve the project. And we've got to approve the whole cost of it, even though we know MSB is going to give us a pretty big grant, but that's just the rule. So we've got to bring the whole cost in front of the town. That's what's in the article. So that's kind of the progress. Now, if we're going to close, if we're going to build a fourth grade school, we're going to close Finn. Finn gets closed, if this gets approved. So I believe that the select board needs to have a plan in place. This is not the Neary Building Committee's job. Select board's job to have an answer for what happens to Finn if the new school gets approved. So we'll talk about this again on the 5th. So kind of think about this in between. One thing to do is to ask Capital to come forward with a plan to use Finn, maybe as is. We don't have another $15 million to spend on Finn if we do this. I'm very confident. So ask Capital to come forth with a plan to use Finn as is. For example, move rec there. We can move some of the departments that are at Cordova Hall there and expand the use there for senior centers, et cetera. So we've got to decide, because at town meeting, it's got to be answered. You can't just say, we don't know what's going to happen to Finn. So we're going to have an answer for town meeting to be able to explain what happens to Finn so that people don't think we're going to come forward with another, $15 million project if taxes are going to be the reason they are going to vote this up or down. Remember, we've got to have a 2/3 vote for this in April. So food for thought. We'll talk about it again on the 4th, not the 5th, the 4th. But the vote's done. So that part's there. It's a new 4th grade school. Okay. I would also encourage you to go back and look at that meeting. It's not a crazy long meeting. It's 2 hours to see what each person said, because each person, Jason went to each person to see what their thoughts were. We listened to the public and then we voted. Okay. All right. The second thing is an update on all 4 40B projects. So we've got 4 40B projects on the table. You've got 120 Turnpike Road, Dave Ferris's. You've got Dave Ferris's at 250 Turnpike Road behind his Beehive. You've got Park Central, which has been, the second version of it. And then you've got the one that they told us about at our last meeting that is just in its infancy. So the reason I'm bringing this up is you may want to tune in with what's going on the ZBA. So on September the 4th, the same night we're meeting, which is a Tuesday. So I don't know why, excuse me, that's a Wednesday. So they're meeting too. They are going to probably vote on Park Central. So that's probably going to happen. They're also going to take up 120 Turnpike Road. It's in peer review. They've already gotten through the traffic study. That traffic was fine. They've got to figure out the buses. That's the one big question. There's how the bus drops off kids there. So they expect the peer review to be back. So Ferris and team is really pushing ZBA to get done because he wants to make the charitable donation of the land in 2024. And he doesn't want to do it till he knows he's got a comprehensive permit for the 40B. So he's kind of, in his mind, they're tied together. We may disagree with that as far as that goes, but that's how he's looking at the world. So he's really pushing them to accelerate. So they added the discussion of 120 to the September 4th meeting at his request. They're going to do Park Central first, and then they're going to turn to that one as far as really getting into the peer review issues and some of the things that people have brought up. Okay, so that's that one in Park Central. 250 Turnpike Road, they continue to talk to the neighbors there. So the neighbors they've got a group that is got a good voice, they've got a good voice. Ferris is listening to them, so they're trying to finalize that. So those plans have not been submitted yet. So that comes next. They told ZBA about 6 weeks to get those plans submitted. Okay. And then 352 is still just being thought about. So that's an update on those. I continue to be rather frustrated with what's going on as far as 120. All we still keep hearing is the impact on the conservation land. No one stands up and talks about the impact on people who need housing in this town, including senior citizens. So I am hoping to go to a planning board meeting soon and try to represent the people who need apartments in this town. Madison Place is totally full with a waiting list. Down the street is totally full with a waiting list. So we need apartments in this town. I'm not even talking about the discounting ones. We need apartments, period. Yes, it's nice that we're going to have some that are less rent, but we need apartments. So I'm hoping that this is going to go along. It's going, but it's not going as fast as it could go. All right, so that's the update on where the 40Bs. But again, September, we're going to be meeting, so we won't be there in person, but we might want to tune in on that one. Summer Nights 2024 was a spectacular success, to say the least. I don't know how many people were there, Andrew, but it was a lot. I know you were there. They told me, I got there after you left, so I don't know if you two went, but it was fantastic.
It was.
Beautifully done, pulled off without a hitch. I know of nothing that went wrong whatsoever. So I'm bringing this up because I do want to give a shout out to Christina McCarthy. Christina was by herself from May 4th to the first week in June when the assistant was hired. And then Travis started the first week in July. So she had to deal with the rec camp all summer. She had to deal with summer nights. And I think that they were just both flawlessly done. I actually, as you know, had grandnieces that went to the camp and I saw how well it was done. So I think she just deserves a whole lot of kudos. The whole department does, but she really handled this whole thing by herself for over a month. They did it and it's over with. So
Best ever, in my view, actually. I've
Yeah.
been to a lot of them.
yeah, I mean, those fireworks are great.
I didn't see the fireworks, but more food trucks than usual, including a hot dog truck, which was great for me.
Yep.
And not one, but two ice cream trucks. So
Yes.
I got everything I wanted out of it. So
Andrew did say he wishes they would change the band. I'm going forward. He's heard the same band a lot, but
Right.
I hadn't, so I thought the band.
anyway, great job
Yeah.
all around for rec.
Yeah, it was such a nice night. And it was just, nice to sit back and relax, and not have to worry about anything, just sit back kind of in the crowd and just watch what's going on.
I
So
seemed
it's
to have a
great.
great time. So it was wonderful.
Yeah. All right, my last one is, and this is good news. This is not bad. This is good news. So Code Red has been in the space where Tomaso's was for a few years. They're up above. And they've got a very good business. We've actually used them for the town. So they needed more space. So they have negotiated with Bill DePietri to move to my building, taking twice the amount of space, and going to hire 20 to 30 more people. So that is a win. And that's where, EDC could come in to, make sure that when somebody needs more space, we make sure that we help them find more space. So they're going to stay. He'll have to rent the other space, but it's still doubling the space. So he's filling a big vacancy in my building by doing this and taking up the whole top floor that's vacant. So that was good news. Okay, who's next? Let's see. Do we need to say anything else about the shop? See,
We talked about
Okay, so
that.
we
No, I
talked
think
about it.
we've covered it.
All right, Marguerite, you want to talk about future space for the Historical Commission?
This will be really, really quick. As we all know, the Historical Commission and the Historical Society are sort of physically separating for the first time in a long time. There's issues with where the Historical Commission will locate itself and if there are objects in inventory or objects that are newly acquired, where in town they will be. So I am in discussion with Kevin and also with John Parent and also with Jim Hegarty about the documents and Kelly O'Brien about options for places to go in town with that, because it's going to be a new day for the Historical Commission. Because I think it's been, 50 years at least that they've been sharing space with the society. So that's it. I'll keep you posted.
Please do. Good job. Mark?
So just briefly, I just wanted to make the board aware and use this as a little bit of a public service announcement that Eversource is going to be doing work on Main Street near the CSX railroad crossing. They're going to be lining the gas main underneath the road. They're going to be, cutting a hole in the road before and after the crossing on the eastbound travel lane, which is closest to Morrow's and Lammy's. One lane is going to remain open during working hours. Based on the conversations Bill Cundiff has had with Eversource, they're going to need to shut down one lane of traffic for up to 3 days starting on September 2nd. There'll be signage. Eversource is reaching out to the businesses, but I just want to say Bill Cundiff has done a nice job of personally doing outreach to the businesses, letting them know what's going on, letting them know what's to be expected, and making sure they're fully aware of everything. Just wanted to let the board know that is going to be happening.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to consent agenda. We can either do the minutes tonight or we can do them next time. Anybody want to do minutes tonight?
Minutes are easy. One small typo.
Well, I got a few. That's why I'm asking.
Well, on either way.
How about this? I'm just in favor of anything to just shorten the meeting.
Okay, all right, so we're gonna do the minutes for August 6th next time, Mark.
Okay.
Okay, all right, so now we've got B, C, we've already done D, B, C, E, we've already done F, G, H, we're not doing tonight. Kristen didn't know about this, so she asked to come to a future meeting, so we're not doing her at all. Okay, so we're gonna do B, C, E, G, I, and J.
Can I hold J just for one explanation?
Yes?
Okay.
Okay, anybody want to hold anything else?
So I believe in the packet, in the original packet, the letter says that the Tricentennial Committee will be selling the bricks. In fact, the Friends of Southborough 300, the nonprofit that supports the work of the Tricentennial Committee, will be selling the bricks. With that clarification, I hope everyone will support the request.
Yep.
Okay, everybody understands it's the little bit, the walk between St. Mark Street and the circle. Okay, and I think it's about 300 bricks. We're gonna sell them, say we, because I'm part of the Friends group, for $300 per, because it kind of makes sense. I think it's a good number, plus it's the 300th anniversary, right? So it's 10,000 bucks or so they'll raise.
90,000, 300.
I rounded, Sam. 320 bricks, so I'm actually it's closer to 10 than 9.
I thought you said 10,000, sorry.
I still can't believe I said 64 million a minute ago, but okay. All right. Everybody okay with that? That you're fine now, Andrew, as far as that one
Yeah.
goes? Okay, so I'll make a motion to approve consent agenda items B, C, E, G, I, and J.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Okay, we're through that. Okay, now what we got last?
Did
ARPA,
we approve the release of liability for the?
yeah,
Yes.
did that a minute ago.
Yes.
That's when Chief Patini was here. That's what we did.
Yeah,
We actually
yeah.
voted on it.
I
Okay.
can't remember whether we voted.
I know it's just, okay, so let's see. We can punt select board hours until
Yep.
next time, right?
Yep.
Although someone's going to do it in September. Okay, so we'll punt that one. Let's do the approval of the application to CPC from the AHTFC. Okay, so everybody that went to that meeting knows what we're talking about. Andrew wasn't there, so Andrew.
I know what's
Okay,
happening.
the trust did approve it to do it, and then Al just wants select board to also approve what the
Or you-
trust is doing.
So the motion should be I move that the select board support the Affordable Housing Trust Fund Committee's application to the CPAC for affordable housing, for moving funds from the CPA to the Affordable Housing Trust.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Okay, that's done. All right, we can do ARPA on the 5th too. We were going to do it even on the 17th, so we can do ARPA on the 4th. Sorry, Mark, I keep
That's
doing
fine.
5th, the 4th. So everybody remember, we're meeting on Wednesday next time because of Election Day on Tuesday. Okay, that's it for tonight.
No hands raised for
Well,
public
I'm going
comment.
to ask, guys, give me a chance here. That's it as far as the agenda goes, right?
Yep.
Okay, so we've punted a few things, but not too many.
Oops, we have a hand up. Pam.
Nope, yes, no.
Who does?
Should I move to adjourn?
That was fast.
Okay, we approve the position in the consent agenda.
There's no hand. I move that we adjourn.
Okay.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Wait a minute.
Oh.
Pam was
Oh.
right hand raised, but
No, we're gonna.
Oh, okay. We
Bring her
had
over.
Okay,
public
bring it
comments.
over. Yep, bring her over. So you're going to work with her on getting that position on the SAP? There she is. Hey, Pam.
muted still. There we go.
There she goes.
You're on, Pam.
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Okay. Geez, I was listening to the whole time and I did not hear you do H. Did you do that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's on the consent agenda, so we just didn't talk about it. It's consent
Oh,
to, so we
okay.
we
That's
did vote.
fine. Okay, thank you so much. Sorry to bother you.
Okay,
you.
bye, Pam.
Bye.
Okay, somebody do the motion adjourned again, please.
So moved.
Second.